Hello, hello. What is going on, guys? Oh, man. Hello. How are you? Are you wearing your shirt, Jenny? Got your shirt on? Um, it's been a couple days since I've been here. Good evening. Hey, Julie. How are you? Hopefully this isn't too late for you guys. I know it's always weird me going live at this time. It's also funny to me that you guys stay up because it lets me know that I'm not the only one who is awake at these hours. You wore it again tonight. Nice. Hey, Jules. Hello. We got Julie and Jules in the house. How are you guys doing? Did you guys have a good couple days? I've been gone for appreciate you. Been gone for a couple days, but we are back. Not too late for us West Coasters. Okay. So what is it? About 8:30 there? Hey, Christy. How are you guys? Yeah. So 8:30, right, Julie? I'm assuming. I get it's hard to keep up with all the times in the world. Cover girl. Hello. 8:30. Nice. We have been getting some cooler weather here in Ohio. It was low 40s the other night, and that's just writing's on the wall. Snow is right around the corner. Just saw your new video. Oh, did you like it? It's my first. I, I just want you guys to know that I was laughing when after I posted it because normally I do it through CapCut and they only allow you to do 3-minute videos. And so I finally figured out how to like work around in that app. And then I go through the TikTok version and I just like start hitting buttons and I'm like, oh, you can do 10 minutes here. And I don't know, I haven't figured out how to post verses on it or anything like that and or pictures or whatever. And so that was just all raw filter. I don't know what I'm doing, but it it made me laugh when I saw my face right in the beginning where I'm just like staring at the camera because you can see on my face that I uh, don't really know what I'm doing on that. It was awesome. Thanks. What's up, Jalen? Good to see you again, man. Loved it. Awesome. Woot woot from Ohio. Hey, what's up, Courtney? How are you? Where you at in Ohio? 10:30 where you live? Okay. Yeah, it's 11:30 here. That is too funny. Oh man, I wish I could go back and I don't even know how to edit those things. So you guys are just gonna have to deal with the raw, unedited. It's been forever. Yeah, man. Where you been, Jalen? Hey, Kellogg. Hello, Millie. Hi. Hopefully, hopefully you guys got a laugh out of that. Cleveland suburbs. Okay, Cleveland. I haven't been up there for a couple months. Sheesh. What's up, Zephyr? How are you? I was going back to return wrong food at restaurant and my let's. Oh, okay. Jesus reminded me to be kind. Good. 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 Melly, how are you? Austin, what's up, man? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. My phone hasn't been fixed yet. Season of isolation. Oh, you know what? Not necessarily the worst thing in the world. I think a lot of our fears and worries would go away if we honestly didn't have a phone in our hand. Honestly, good, good. Thanks. Awesome. Good. Really dug into Daniel for the first time today. Eyes wide open. Cool. How far did you get, Celeste? Because we tend to go pretty in depth in these studies, and I actually I kind of want to take a poll just because I'm interested in what your guys' thoughts are. Text poll. Let me see. Um, let me see. Are the how do I word this? All right, here we go. Are the teachings too in depth? All right, yeah, just because I'm curious, because I know I give a lot of information, and I just don't know if like I kind of want to know, try to tailor it to the majority of people, because I know it's a lot, and it's a lot more than most things out there, I would say. But I think it's important to know. I think it's important to understand the backstory, understand where things are coming from, why they're coming from, why all things happen and whatnot. So curious, as what I asked a handful of you guys just to see. Nope. I just got it chosen. Thanks, man. I didn't know you were in here, or else I would have asked you. My cup is full, brother. Nice. Nessa, I am doing good. I am doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Hi, Lori. What's your thoughts on us sending a naval fleet to Israel? Oh man. Um, so the so these the questions on the thought on that begins, right? Um, Hi, Christine. Hi, I was just thinking, wow, I missed his lives. um, Zephyr, it's interesting. I don't really look at myself that way. I don't, you know, really, I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic there. But Austin, what are your thoughts on the U.S. sending a naval fleet to Israel? It's really interesting because there's so many things going all over the place, right? It's impossible to keep up with all the headlines and try to understand the headlines beyond more than just a headline. And I think that's really important for all of us to really focus on, because there's a lot of fear and confusion. And I also need you guys to understand there is so much propaganda that is mixed in between all of these headlines that are going on out there. And I'm saying that on our side and everybody else's side. And it's actually really interesting, because when you start reading the Bible, you like a common theme throughout the Bible is the Word of God will refer to two different categories in a sense. It will say things like, and then Israel, as one category, and then everybody that's not Israel is almost always referred to as the nations. And so it's literally Israel and the nations. It doesn't matter, like it doesn't zoom in on all of those other nations out there and really give like an in-depth analysis on what's going to happen or why this is going to happen or whatever. And so it's really interesting to see how it just focuses primarily on Israel. And so trying to balance that with everything going on in the world with the propaganda on both sides, it's really difficult to parse through it all, because we are being lied to. I need you guys to understand, our own media, number one culprit is that it's not illegal for them to lie to you. And so that's important. They passed a law, and the reason why it's not illegal for them to lie to you or to me is because they are giving you an opinion. And so that is how they view it, even though they are influencing the masses on a crazy level. We need to remember that as we go throughout, when we see something. And thank you, Celeste, for that. I also want you guys to understand that it is so essential to hear a title or see a headline, and then just let it simmer for a little bit. Give it give it 48 hours. Don't just see one video or don't see one headline and just dive right on into it as it is truth. I think it's very important to take everything and to keep discernment as we try to navigate these unprecedented times. So that's a long-winded version of saying, or to answer your question, Austin, what do I think about the naval, all the American activity over there? I think it's really weird, and I think it's interesting. I like seeing how we're supporting Israel, but I think there's going to be a day, as we talked about last time, that we will not support Israel, because we read that verse in Zechariah, how all the nations will be gathered against Israel. And again, there's that all the nations, and then Israel. There's that perfect. So it's interesting to see the two categories there, but I think it's really interesting. I really appreciate how we are supporting them. but it also makes me wonder my skeptical side of everything. I always question everything that we do, right? So like we're going from one war over in Ukraine all the way over to, okay, that's awesome. Are here, don't get this wrong. Hint Drew isn't one of them. Oh, what's up, Jamie and Drew? Or Jamie. Who's the other one? Is it Max and Shelby or Sammy? But it's really interesting to see all of these things come to be, because what we're doing right now is we are spreading ourselves so thin. It is unbelievable. And so we are becoming more and more vulnerable as we are sending, like, we just sent there's another package of $200 million that was just approved to send off to Ukraine. So it's nice because you're seeing the amounts getting smaller and smaller, but now you're starting to see the trend all over here in Israel. So it's over here, now we're over here, and it's very interesting to see it all. But at the same time, as we are supporting Israel, what is also interesting, a different dynamic, is that we gave Iran $6 billion like a couple weeks ago. And so Iran is the monster behind all of this stuff that's happening to Israel. And that's important to understand. So America gives Iran $6 billion. Iran is funding all of the proxy wars that are going on, like Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria. Like all of these bordering nations around Israel are being funded by Iran, and the people who are funding Iran is Russia. And so all of this stuff seems to be very, very, I mean, the stage is set. When this first started kicking off, last time I went live, people were throwing around the idea, is it an Ezekiel 38, 39 war? And I was like, it could be. I'm not going to, I think it's important not to make any claims. I always think it's good to just wait a couple days before you really, get more information. And as a couple of days has now since passed, I think it's interesting to see how strong the fog of war is, because there's all kinds of information out there about what they're doing to babies. I'm sure you guys have seen the headlines on that. And then there's a lot of stuff that makes it seem like that's propaganda. And so on our end, we are in a propaganda warfare on our side of the pond. And it's interesting trying to separate all of those kind of things, the headlines, what's real, what's not real. Do they want us to think this way? What are they doing? Because that's what we're constantly being influenced. So it just really, so that's why, and I would encourage you guys to follow a guy named Amir Sarfati. He's my go-to guy for pretty much all my information on Israel. He's a Messianic Jew, which just means he's a Jewish man who is a Christian. And he was over here in Philadelphia when the war kicked off, and now he finally made it home, and he gives updates, continual updates. And he said that they were just in their bunker not too long ago, just like currently, like a couple hours ago, because they're being attacked on, it's a three-front war on Israel. So they're defending themselves on the south, they're defending themselves on the north, and on the northeast of Israel. So they're getting attacked. And this is so mind-blowing to me, because when you understand that these nations are coming against Israel, this little itty-bitty nation of Israel, right? It's a tiny little, like the size of New Jersey, and everybody's coming after them. Thanks, Pete. It's insane, because then you see who's funding it and who's pushing this and what's going on. And Gog and Magog. Like, I mean, we haven't dove into unpacking that too much aside from what we mentioned in the book of Revelation. But if you guys look at Gog as a person or a demon king, and then Magog is the people or the land, so it's a ruler and the land coming against Israel, like that's going to happen in Ezekiel 38 and 39, and like it leads you to believe that nuclear weapons are involved because of what is mentioned in those two chapters in Ezekiel 38 and 39. And it's interesting to see what's going on. And so it's also interesting to understand that there's not going to be a commercial break where somebody's like, we'll be right back to the Ezekiel 38, 39 war. Like, that's not going to flash across our screen or anything like that. So you have to try to understand and unpack and see and compare and contrast and all these things all the time. And so all that to say is that I don't think that that is the Ezekiel 38-39 war at all. I think there's some, because it says the people who are primarily attacking Israel are primarily terrorist organizations, and the Bible refers to the people going against Israel during that time. It refers to them as the nations, and so there's a good good little thing right there in Mark 13:32. I don't understand how there is things that Jesus cannot know about what is happening. So let me turn there real fast. Hopefully you guys are doing well. I don't know if everything what I'm saying is making sense to you guys, but Mark 13:32, I think is what it says. But of that day, okay, I figured. But of that day and hour, no one knows, not even the angels in the heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. Okay, yeah, so that's one that's often talked about. So that's a good question, Austin. The way I kind of look at it is, so it's important to understand the dynamic, right? You have God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. They are three in one, so three in persons, but one in being. And so the way I look at it is to understand that they are all God, all at the same time, three in one. But when Jesus became a baby and he was born, he grew to be a man. He's in a different role, right? So he's still God, but he's in a different role. Just so I just comparison, just for our analogy purposes or whatever, that there's no difference between you and Biden, right? Although your brain is all there and his isn't. But okay, but it's what I mean by that is that you guys are the same. We're the same, right? Like we're built the same. We have the same structure, same biology and whatnot, and it is anatomy, whatever. He's in a different role, so he knows so much more than you, and he's protected. He has all the keys to the empire and whatnot. And then there's you, just a little normal human being, but that's the same concept. So between God the Son and God the Father, he was also speaking about that his time during here, and I think that's very interesting because a lot of people throw that verse around as if Jesus doesn't know. And I would argue the opposite. I kind of take a different stance on that because I think that when Jesus was here, he was in a man. He was here as a man. God, Jesus, the man, right? And so once he went up into heaven, when he came back, he said, "Don't touch me. I have not yet been glorified." And then once he came back and he appeared to everybody in that that box of a room where all the disciples were, he just appeared. He's like, "Go ahead and touch my hands. Like, put your hands in here. Go ahead." So there's a different change, like something changed. And so then from that point on, he was in his glorified form. So it's interesting to think about that. All that to say is that now in the world that we're Jesus, I would argue that Jesus knows exactly the time. I think he knows all of those things. Thanks, Leah. But it is funny to see how people say that Jesus doesn't know now, because I'm just like, I don't agree with that. But it's not, it's just level of understanding, I think. When he said that, he was here, boots on the ground, and it applied during that time because there were, he obviously, if you compare God the Father to God the Son as a human, they're very clear differences, right? And so I need you to understand, like God the Father was dwelling in unapproachable light. God the Son was walking with human beings on the earth, and so it's very clear to see that there's differences going on there. So it applied during that time, and they were three persons, but one in being, and that is very interesting trying to wrap your mind around. And that's why I always go back to the phrase that my dad told me. He said, "A God worth understanding is not a God worth worshiping." And I think that's very important to remember when you stumble upon things that don't really make sense, because when you stumble upon those things, I think it's good kind of tease them out, right? So like Revelation chapter 5, we just finished the book of Revelation. In Revelation chapter 5, you see God the Son going up to God the Father and taking that scroll from God the Father. So if God the Son is going up to God the Father and taking the scroll, then what's going on there? How do you explain what's going on? And you can't really understand it all. you can't fully grasp it all. And I think it's important to understand that this is how small we are in the broad spectrum of things. His ways are higher than our ways. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. Like, we are nothing in this world, and he is everything. And so that's what's really interesting. I was thinking about that tonight because something came up that I was watching, and it made me think about just being prideful. And we're going to probably talk about pride tonight, in a sense, because when we go through Daniel 4, pride is a theme there. But it's very interesting to think about pride. And I think so many people, like on TikTok, for example, there's so many people out there who think like, hey, I got to get the first video out there, and like, I don't care if it's right or wrong. That's how the news media works, right? Like, they don't care if it's the right story or the wrong story. They just want to be first, and the first story is what matters, right? And so it's interesting thinking about all the information and videos that people are putting out there, and I don't know if it's spreading truth or fiction, but it's interesting to think that there's a level of pride that people have, and it kind of riles people up and gets people all thinking and gets people all scared when they spread certain kind of information. And the video that I released today was basically trying to get you to bring it back down to where we need to be. I think it's very, very important to remember that we are not here for me. We are not here to worry about my friends or my family. We are not like, yeah, we need to protect them and do the right things all the time. But when you boil it all the way down, thanks, Austin. When you boil it, when you boil it all down to the bare bones minimum, nothing else left, we are solely here for God and to further his kingdom. That's it. It's not about my job. It's not about my career. It's not about getting promoted. It's not about getting more money. All of those things bring pride back into my and our lives, and we just start thinking about me and how it's affecting me and what about me. And if you were here last time when we talked about Daniel 2, when Daniel was praying and blessing God for revealing the secret of King Nebuchadnezzar, what he had, when you review Daniel's prayer, you see only 3 times where the word me or I is used there, but the whole focus there was about him, and him. And so it's interesting because when you think about how many times you say I, because that's normal for us. We are trying to do what is abnormal in our world. Once you're a Christian, you go against the grain, and going against the grain is not saying look at me, you're saying look at him. And so it's really difficult to kind of break your habit, because that's what the world wants you to do, right? We have all these social medias. Thanks, Austin. We have all these social medias, these little filters that we can put on our face to make us look better, and glamour this and all these weird things out there that make us look better. And it's all a distraction. None of this stuff matters. We'll get into that. But I think it's really interesting. And Austin, you asked a question, and I don't know if I answered it or not, but I sure hope, because you just got me all worked up. But that's funny. I haven't been reading any of these comments. Get our hearts right with him. Fear not. We are warriors for Christ. That's right, Lori. Amen. We are here to tell others about God. Right, Mima. 100%. I've not watched any videos on Israel because I know it would infuriate me. Yeah. Don't be scared. You have no idea. I Googled pride today. It's been the word of the day for me. No way. That's crazy, Lindsay. That's interesting. Well, we're going to be talking about it tonight. We will be talking about it. Hey, Susan, how are you? Childlike faith. Yes. Okay, scrolling up. Does Revelation 2:9 have anything to do with what's going on with Israel? Revelation 2:9. So that is the church. And let me see. Let me look at it. Revelation 2:9. I know your works, tribulation, and poverty, but you are rich. No, I wouldn't say that just from the very brief. Just looking at that verse real fast, I would say probably not. The word tribulation is there. That's not really talking about that kind of stuff. Is Sammy in here? She said, Oh, I'm going to bed. Keep up the good work. Hey, this is my baby right here. Everybody say hi. This is my wife. Um, you didn't read all of it. Yeah, the synagogue of Satan. I didn't read all of it out loud. But going back to it, I'll read it all. I read it all. I just didn't read it all out loud because I kind of knew what it was saying. But Revelation 2:9 has said, I know your works, tribulation, and poverty, but you are rich, and I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are synagogue of Satan. Yeah, Zephyr, so if you were here before, good night, Sammy. I'm going to bed. They love you, Sammy. But it's so that verse, Revelation 2:9, is talking to that church specifically, the church of Smyrna, and they were going through really hard times. They were getting crushed. So what's going on over in Israel right now? I would say no, um, based upon most of those things. Ezekiel 38 and what is happening with Israel right now. Yeah, Audrey, I don't think Ezekiel 38 and 39 is what's going on. I think it's important to pay attention to it at all times, but I don't think that this stuff is at all. There's big differences between when you read that kind of stuff, and you try to unpack it. Like I said, I don't know if you were in here earlier, but when I was talking about Ezekiel 38 and 39, it says the nations will go, right? Nations. And so it's interesting because what's going against Israel primarily right now is terror organizations. And so there's a big difference there between those two things. And so, we just need to parse it as best as we can. But yeah, it is very prophetic. Thanks, Sammy, for letting Ryan speak and teach. We get so much. Thanks, Trish. Okay. All right. Okay. Obi, no, you have no understanding. Thanks. We need to meet her one night. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, we can dive on in, and we're going to be. Hey, CJ, hello. I'm here for it. Let's go. All right, so we're going to unpack. We're going to go through Daniel chapter 1 and 2. Just a quick recap for those of you who were not here. We'll just hit that again, and then we will dive into Daniel 3 and 4. And then after that, we can talk about all the other stuff that's going on in the world for a little bit if you guys would like to, because there's so much. But what church are you associated with? Independent Baptist, I suppose. I'm listening for the rest of the night. Let's go, Shy Stone. I'm here for it. Cat, hello. Okay. All right. Why do you do these videos so late? Because I work night shift, so this is just my time to be up. I stay up all the time. So yes, fill my cup. All right. Hey, Heather. All right. No, Susan. No, I don't. Is it Suzanne or Susan? She's so awesome. You might not want Ryan back after you met her. It's perfect for us who are in California. Awesome. Okay, good. All right. So we're going to go in and go through what we went through earlier. So in the book of Daniel, I mentioned before that Daniel is one of the most authenticated books in the Bible. And it's mainly because, or one of the reasons for that is because Jesus himself authenticates it. He talks about it and he references Daniel, especially in Matthew 24. He says, when you see what was spoken of by the prophet Daniel. And so Jesus, if you believe Jesus is the Son of God and you see Jesus referring you to Daniel, you can almost be like, Daniel's got a green light. And so he's basically saying Daniel's got the thumbs up here. But the first 6 chapters there's 12 chapters within the book of Daniel. The first 6 are you can look at them as a type of historical account, and then the second 6 can be looked at as visions in a sense of prophecy, because especially Daniel 9, which is one of the coolest chapters in the entire Bible, is one of those chapters where an amazing prophecy is given. But I gave you guys this before, but I'll give it to you again. The order of the book of Daniel is chapters 1 through 4. Then it goes to chapter 7 and 8. Then it goes back to 5 and then 9, chapter 6, and then 10 through 12. So it kind of bounces all over the place. And it's important to also understand that the book of Daniel, the first Daniel chapter 2 through 7 is written in Aramaic. And Aramaic is primarily the language of the Gentiles. And so that's important to understand, because if you were going to write a letter to somebody that you know, then you would write it in a sense that, in a way that they would understand. And so when Daniel is writing chapters 2 through 7, he's writing it in Aramaic. And so when you understand that it's written in Aramaic, you think a certain way, and you think that those chapters are geared towards a certain group of people. For example, if I said that, hey, chapter 2 through 7 were written in Hebrew language, would you think a different way? Because the answer is yes, you should, because you're like, okay, well, now he's using Hebrew. Who is the language primarily, who uses Hebrew as their primary language? Well, your answer for that would be the Jews. So when you think that chapters 2 through 7 are written in the Aramaic language, you learn that is geared for the Gentiles. And so when you the other chapters, all the other chapters other than chapters 2 through 7 are written in Hebrew. That's really neat, because when you go to Daniel chapter 9, which is the coolest prophecy ever, that is written in Hebrew. That is written for Israel, for Jewish people. That's right, Audrey. And so it's important to understand those kind of concepts when you start to unpack the book of Daniel. So chapters 2 through 7 are written in Aramaic, and all the other chapters in the book are written in Hebrew language. So in Daniel chapter 1, it starts off by talking about how in Daniel 1, verse 1 through 2, you see that King Nebuchadnezzar basically takes siege, and he goes in and captures this land that's off into the distance, which is Jerusalem. But there is the little backstory on the book of Daniel, which I think is important to understand, is that there were 3 different sieges during this time. There are you had the first siege when King Nebuchadnezzar went and he sieged Jerusalem, took it over, and he goes in and he takes some of the stuff out of their temple, and he brings it back to his land and puts that stuff in his land. And so that was really interesting. But he didn't destroy Jerusalem. The second time, he goes and does another siege. And the first time, a guy named Jehoiakim was king. The second time, a guy named Jehoiachin was king. And Jehoiachin was 8 years old when he was king. And it's important to understand that the Jehoiachin, he had these advisors, these adults who were whispering in his ear, telling him to go rebel against King Nebuchadnezzar again. And so he ends up listening. He rebels against King Nebuchadnezzar, and King Nebuchadnezzar comes back and smacks him down again. So again, there's the second siege against Jerusalem by King Nebuchadnezzar. But then this other guy shows up, and his name is Zedekiah, and he was the uncle of that 8-year-old. So he becomes king. And he goes against King Nebuchadnezzar again. So the third time, King Nebuchadnezzar goes and absolutely destroys everything. He destroys the city and he destroys the temple. So the temple that was destroyed was the first temple that was out there. If you guys were here at all, you guys know that the first temple was built by King Solomon. The second temple was built by a guy named Zerubbabel, and it was revamped and remodeled by King Herod, and that's the temple that Jesus taught in front of when Jesus was on the ground. And so the temple was destroyed by King Nebuchadnezzar, and that is what leads us into the first chapter of Daniel. So that's the backstory of the book of Daniel. So then when you get into chapter 1, you are when you get to chapter 1 verse 2, it says, "And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand." So what I need you to understand is that King Nebuchadnezzar is a pagan king. At this time, he is a pagan king. He does not worship the God of Israel, right? And so he goes against Jerusalem. I need you to understand, Jerusalem, these are God's people, right? These are God's chosen people. And in Daniel chapter 1, verse 2, it says, "And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand. So what you see in this verse is that God is allowing this evilness to fall on his own people. And it's interesting. So anyways, there's 70 years of captivity that these Jewish people are going to be going into. And Ezekiel and Jeremiah, the prophets, they also foretold about this kind of stuff, and they were thrown in jail because of it. But the reason why there was 70 years of captivity, which is what's going on here in Daniel, is because God told the Jewish people to work the lands for 6 years, and then on the seventh year to let it rest. So that was the law, just kind of like in just in our weekdays, right? Like they do, the seventh day is a day of rest. Like you can do whatever you want for those 6 days, but the seventh day is the rest. So these Jewish people worked the entire land for 490 years, and then God says, you know what? You did this for 490 years. You owe me 70 years, and so you're going to be in captivity for 70 years. And so that is why King Nebuchadnezzar was able to defeat the children of Israel during this time. And so in Daniel chapter 1, verse 2, it says, and the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand. That is very interesting. So God is allowing his people to be taken into captivity on purpose. And that is interesting because when you go to book of Revelation, the key was given to this star that fell from heaven to open the bottomless pit, which means he didn't have it before. So King Nebuchadnezzar defeats Jerusalem 3 different times. They rebel, and on the third time, King Nebuchadnezzar goes in and he destroys the temple and he destroys the city of Jerusalem. So that's what's going on. That brings us to Daniel chapter 1. So Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are brought in, but it's also important to understand that Daniel 1 verse 6, that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that is how you and I know them, right? Like, I wonder if anybody in here could tell me their original names. What are Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's? What is their actual name? Because those names right there are Babylonian names, and it's important to understand that. So what happened here is that Nebuchadnezzar goes in, destroys Jerusalem, and he takes these people back and brings them back into Babylon. And so they capture Daniel and his 3 buddies, whose names were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So they come into Babylon, and they give them new Babylonian names. And that is very, very important to understand, that we still know them by their Babylonian names, even though they are not their Hebrew names. Yeah, Mishael, yeah. And so when you go to, when you understand who these guys are, I don't know what you guys think of, but I think a lot of people assume that Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, I think a lot of people think that they are probably middle-aged dudes at this point, which is completely wrong. These guys in Daniel chapter 1, Daniel and his friends are anywhere from 12 years old to 14 years old. And that, there you go, nice. Good for you. But these guys are 12 to 14 years old. And I want you to put yourself in their shoes, because imagine being a 12 to 14-year-old kid. And imagine an adult coming up to you and telling you what to do, especially after they just laid waste to your entire area where you just lived. So now you're in a different area, you're in a different civilization, trying to learn their culture, and they're trying to force their culture onto you, which is what they were doing, because they changed their names right off the bat. They're changing their identity, right? They're trying to indoctrinate these guys to be Babylonians. But Daniel and his 3 friends stand up for themselves, and they're 12 to 14 years old. That speaks so much about these kids, because wow, I can't imagine, because I mean, yeah, if you're raised right and somebody comes up and tells you to do something, you know to respect those in authority, right? And so these kids knew to do that, and they had the wisdom and knowledge and discernment, and they had the ability to kind of finesse their way into a different kind of roundabout way of saying no to eating of the food. The food that they were offered was food that was offered to idols, and that's interesting because they knew that. And it all goes back to Deuteronomy chapter 6. So let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 6, because I think this is really important to understand. Deuteronomy chapter 6. This is really big for the world that we're living in right now. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 and onward, or I'm sorry, Deuteronomy 6, verse 6. It says this, and these words which I command you today shall be in your heart. And this, they're talking to parents here. It says, you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. What this is saying is basically you're seeing an insight to a type of homeschool in the Bible. And it's really interesting. So when you go back to Daniel chapter 1 and you see these kids, 12 to 14-year-old kids, stand up for themselves in an area where they were probably terrified, they were able to have wisdom and this discernment and the finesse to go against this eunuch and say, hey, we can't do this, and here's why, but how about you do this instead? So they were able to find favor in their captor's sight and work their way around eating all of the king's delicacies. And so that's really interesting, but it all starts at the home. And that is what I want you to take away from that, is that these kids knew what to do because of how they were raised. It's how they were raised. And it's so crazy because what I see in our world today, and I'm even guilty of myself, we get caught up in running around, taking our kids over here to this and doing this, and what can we do for our kids? And like, oh, we got to do this. And we spend so much energy on things that do not matter. But then when you compare that to what you do at home with them, because I got nothing against all those things, but what do you do at home with them? Are you not forcing, are you sitting down with them when they're eating, and do you read the Bible to them? Or do you, hey, say, turn it off, we're going to have quiet time, we're going to read together? Or before bed, do you pray with them? Do you ask them do you have anything, like you're training them up in how to think? If you don't teach your kids how to think, they're not going to know how to think. So if you ask them, hey, we're going to pray for, or if you tell them we're going to do this, and you don't ask them, you're not making them gain any critical thinking skills. And so that is what we need to do. So when you look at Daniel and his friends, they had those skills, and it's because they had conversations. They didn't have TVs and electronics and all these sports and all these things that they had to go to. They were in home doing what they needed to be doing, and they had conversations about what happened earlier on and where they came from and their history and their past and all of these things. And so Daniel was able to show up in Daniel chapter 1, and he was able to use all of those weapons that his parents gave him, and he used them as well as the ability that God gave him. But it all started at home, right? And so his parents did an amazing job. They should get a shout out somewhere in here. That would be pretty neat if they did that. But, it's the backstory that we don't really see when we start reading about this kind of stuff. But that's basically what ends up happening, is that his parents raised him up right and taught him good. So that's really neat. But anyways, Daniel was able to, it says in Daniel 1, that 1 verse 20, it says that he was found with to have more wisdom and understanding, more than everybody else, basically 10 times more than all the magicians, astrologers who were in all of his realm. And so that is very, very interesting. So Daniel just blows all of these other people out of the water, him and his friends. And that is because God gave all of them knowledge and all literature and wisdom, but he gave Daniel understanding and all visions and dreams. Daniel was singled out in that one. But then you get to Daniel chapter 2. And in Daniel chapter 2, verse 4, it says, then the Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic. So this is where it turns over to Aramaic here in verse 4. It says, then the Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic. Now, if you've been here at all through our study of the book of Revelation, I've said it a million times again, I keep saying it, but when there are little details right here, it's neat to just try to think about and be like, why is that in here? Well, when you just read in Aramaic, they spoke to the king in Aramaic, that seems like it's an unnecessary detail, right? Like, we don't need that. Like, I don't care what language. I just need, tell me what to read here. But it's in Aramaic, so it's important to understand the context behind it. So they're answering the king, and they spoke to him in Aramaic. And so this chapter, so this is where it starts from Aramaic, and it continues on to the end of chapter 7 in Aramaic. But this is basically where there is, we went over this last time, but the king had a dream, and he was basically was calling out his wise men, astrologers, magicians, sorcerers, all these soothsayers guys, and he said, hey guys, I had a dream, and I want you to tell me what it was, and I want you to interpret it for me. and he was basically testing his own guys, which shows a lot, right? Like if I go up to you and I ask you a question, whatever your answer is, I'm not going to like unpack it and go, make sure you're not lying to me on all kinds of other ways because I trust you, right? Like if I put you in a certain position, you're there for a reason. So when you see King Nebuchadnezzar challenge his own dudes and say, hey, I had something happen to me, you tell me what it was. I want to know if you're the real deal. So King Nebuchadnezzar was able to unpack that, and he had a level of discernment. And I also need you to understand that King Nebuchadnezzar was a dreadful and terrible, terrifying type of guy who would do all kinds of evil, like not evil, like he would kill his own guys. He would do terrible things to people, and that's why the eunuch in chapter 1 was afraid to go against the king, because he knew how King Nebuchadnezzar was. But so anyways, in chapter 2, King Nebuchadnezzar tells his guys, hey, if you don't tell me, you're dead, and I will kill you. And so King Nebuchadnezzar says, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill you. Everybody, all of his guys are like basically pushed back against him. He's like, nobody in the world can do what you're asking us to do. And so King Nebuchadnezzar, in his mind, he's like, you know what, you're worthless to me. And he literally gave out the decree in verse 13. So the decree went out, and they began killing the wise men. So he's not a guy who hesitates. If he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. And this is going to come up into play when we move on in the book of Daniel, because what I want you to see right here in chapter 2 is the decisiveness of King Nebuchadnezzar. He said, if you do not tell me, I will kill you. His wise men answered, we can't do it. And so the decree went out. It went out right then. Okay, so that's important to understand. But then we get further on. Daniel ends up praying to God, and he asks God for the understanding of the dream and the dream itself and the interpretation, and God gives him that answer. So in Daniel chapter 2, verse 20, Daniel prays to God, and this is just kind of happened, like I just observed this when we were going through it in the moment, but I thought it was really neat. When you read, I'm going to read Daniel chapter 2, verse 20, and I'm going to read to verse 20 through 23. Daniel 2, verse 20 through 23, it says this: Daniel answered and said, blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. And he changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings and raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and secret things. He knows what is in the darkness, and light dwells with him. I thank you and praise you, O God, my fathers. You have given me wisdom and might, and have now made known to me what we asked of you. For you have made known to us the king's demands. What I want you guys to take away from this prayer is, first off, Daniel and his boys had a prayer meeting because they needed to come together and say, we need help because the king's going to kill us unless God gives us this dream. And so God gives them the dream. And then Daniel goes back to God and he praises and blesses God. But what you see in those verses that I read you is that it's all about him. Daniel is saying you. He's saying he, God, you. He's doing all of this for him. And then he only mentions himself when he says, you have given me. So he only brings himself into the picture when he's blessing him for something that he did for him. And so it's important to keep the focus on God. And that's what we need to be doing in our world today. So it's really interesting and important to understand where's your focus? And that is where we need to train our minds, because if you don't do it intentionally, it's not going to happen. You need to work at it. You're going to do well for the first couple of days where you try, and then you're going to drop off and you'll be like, oh shoot, I felt like I need to get back into it. And then you work. And then pretty soon it'll become a natural byproduct within your life. And so that's what's happening here. So God reveals to Daniel this dream. And then in verse 31 and onward, he reveals what the dream is. And this dream is very prophetic in a sense, because Daniel is telling the king the interpretation of this dream. He said that there's going to be the golden head is Babylon, the silver is representing the Medes and the Persians, the brass represents Greece, which is Alexander the Great, and the iron represents the Roman Empire. So all of these empires were going to rise up after the head of gold, which represented Babylon at the time. But it's interesting to think that this is going to come into play in chapter 3. That remember in chapter 2, verse 38, at the end of it, Daniel says, "You are this head of gold." So he's talking to King Nebi, and he says, "You are this king, or you are this head of gold." And so that's what seems to stick with King Nebuchadnezzar, because when we get to chapter 3, we're gonna unpack that a little bit more. But Daniel gives him a forecast of what is going to happen in the future. But it all starts with Babylon at the top, and then it goes to the Medes and the Persians, then to the Greece Empire, and then to the Roman Empire after that, and then iron mixed with clay. And then if you were here for the iron mixed with clay part in chapter 2, verse 43, it says, "As you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay," it says, "they will mingle with the seed of men." So I want you to underline or circle the word "they," because when it says "they," that implies somebody other than the seed of men. And so I took you guys to Genesis 6, and we talked about the Nephilim, and we talked about the sons of God, which sons of God, first sons of Adam, the big difference there. But we unpacked a little bit about the Nephilim, or the gigantus, which is, people think it means giants, but really it means earth dweller, or earth born. So you have fallen ones or earth born. So that's what the Nephilim are. And it's important to understand that that is a big verse, Daniel chapter 2, verse 43. But we talked about that last time. And so it is very, very interesting to try to unpack verse 43 in chapter 2. But then we get to this stone cut without hands, and that's representing the mountain, the government, the everlasting kingdom that will last forever and ever. And that is not talking about the millennial kingdom. That millennial kingdom will pass away. There's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, as we talked about when we were going through the book of Revelation. And all of that is going to go away with a loud bang. So there's that big bang. But it's going to dissolve in a fervent heat, and there will be a new heaven and a new earth. And that is what this is talking about, Daniel chapter 2, verse 44 and 45. So that's what's going on here. So it's interesting because after Daniel revealed all of this information to King Nebuchadnezzar, King Nebuchadnezzar basically fell down. It said prostrate before Daniel, which means he was worshiping Daniel. So King Nebi he acknowledged that Daniel's God is the God. He said, "Truly, your God is the God of gods, the Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets." And so King Nebuchadnezzar recognized it in that moment. But we are going to get into Daniel chapter 3 here, and we will unpack this. But that is all by way of review. And so if you weren't here for it before, that is what a flyby on what we covered last time. And so I'm going to stop and read some of these comments, and then we will dive into chapter 3. Hello, everybody. If you guys are new here, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys. My name is Ryan, and this whole point of this study, we went through the book of Revelation last time. Now we're going through the book of Daniel, and I think it's a very fitting book to continue on with after the book of Revelation. But I want you to know, more importantly, how you can know for sure you can get to heaven. And there is only one way. You need to understand and believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a perfect life, sinless life. He died on the cross for your sins, and he rose again on the third day. The Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." It's nothing you can do. You can't be good enough. You can't earn it. It is all about what he did, and he is the only way. John 3:16 says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life." So that's what I want you to take more than anything else. Hi, Ryan. Thanks for the recap. Awesome. Nice. Hello, missed you. Thanks for being here. This is my first visit. I'm so glad I'm here and needed this tonight. Yeah, awesome. Thanks for being here. Celeste, how I don't know if you answered me before, but how far did you get into the book of Daniel? I think that was you who said that you were going through it yourself or something. Will you post Daniel 1 and 2 on YouTube, please? Yeah, I will. I will do that. I'll do that sometime this week for sure, Sheena. 100%. And it doesn't matter. No. He is not willing that any should perish. That's right, Ghost. R.I.P. My first as well. Thank you. I read part of the Apocrypha, which can give me insight into Daniel. Nice. Lots to go. Lots of stuff to unpack in the Book of Daniel. My first visit also. I'm so glad I went through TikTok and found you, Barbara from India. Nice. Hey, thanks, Barb. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys. Hello. What's up, Mike? Michael Smith? Are you Michael W. Smith by chance, or are you just an imposter? I'm just messing with you. Thanks for being here, man. I'm doing good, Candace. How are you? Doing good. Got a little headache, but that's okay. Amen to that, Ryan. Nice. The gospel, right? Gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15. How can we know when you're having these? Well, I'm here tonight, and I will be live tomorrow, Thursday night, and Friday night. So if you want to come back, I always tell you pretty much the next time that I'm going to go live when I'm here. But I go live about 2 or 3 times a week, and it's kind of random, just kind of varies depending on my schedule and whatnot. So, woo, let's go, sheesh. James, what's up? What's up, man? Okay. Yeah, thanks, Trish. Hello, familia. All right. Okay. Do you think the prophecy is all historical or foreshadowing our future? Which one are you talking about? You said, do you think the prophecy is all historical or foreshadowing our future? What prophecy? Kind of left that one open there's a lot there that falls under that. Squeeze the meat between your thumb and forefinger. I've done. You know what? I know exactly what you're talking about. I was doing that earlier. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But that's funny that we both know that. Man, my question is getting buried, and I really need help answering this prisoner's question. What's up, Tamara? I didn't see your comments before. That energy drink should help with the headache. Yeah, there's not much in this thing. There's only 4 ingredients. Let's go 3 days in a row. Shelba Fox. Hi, you just happened to come across my feed. Are you a preacher? Hello, I am not. I am not a preacher. I'm a preacher's kid. Does that count for anything? What do you think the constellation recently of the woman in the 12 stars? I did a little video on that, LG, and we talked about that because we obviously went through the book of Revelation not too long ago, and Revelation 12 has nothing to do with what that whole constellation. I think it's fascinating, but there's nothing more to it than being fascinated. But when you study the book of Revelation and you understand what Revelation 12 is really talking about, you understand that Revelation 12, the woman and the stars and the moon and the sun, that is all referring to the nation of Israel. It is all about Israel. It's not about a constellation. It is about what it's representing, and what it is representing is the nation of Israel. And you can go back to, I want to say Genesis 26 maybe, because that's where Joseph gives his dream about it all. Hey, Ryan, missed you. Hello, Deidre. You get, okay, caffeine for it. Okay, I understand. Well, maybe. There's only 80 milligrams of caffeine in this, so it's not much at all. Isaiah 13:16. Maybe. Well, I can read that here in a little bit. But what was? I don't want that one comment to get buried, so I'm trying to. Where is she? Tamara, did you? You said your comment keeps getting buried. So, if anybody sees her comment, just let me know. Thanks for pinning that. Okay. Have you heard something about? Yeah, absolutely, Sherry. Yeah. We're going to talk about that all in a little bit. I think Tamara said something, but I can't find it. I don't know if she's still here. Oh, Tamara, I just asked again about. Oh, nobody knows who the Antichrist is yet. He has not been revealed. Rapture must occur first. Yeah, you just asked again about child. Okay. Yeah. What about it though? What about those type of people? When all nations against Israel make me wonder if they mean the church, all against Christians. Yeah, Bree. So we read that last time. I think it's in Zechariah 14. It says, all the nations, when I gather all of the nations against Israel. I think that's emblematic of the Battle of Armageddon. And I think it's important to understand context is everything, right? Like, what are they talking about? You can't just open your Bible, read one verse. And I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just saying that there are people who do that type of thing. But it's about the context and what they're referring to. So it requires a deep dive into this kind of stuff instead of just grabbing one verse and throwing it out there. But I think that's referring to the Battle of Armageddon. It also could be talking about, the Ezekiel 38-39 war, because it says going to bring the nations against, and it says nations, and what we're seeing in our world today, with Israel at least, it's more terror organizations more than anything else. Hello, brother. What's up, Joe? I haven't read the entire Bible yet, but I'm working through it. I did countless through hours and days of Matthew. That's awesome. Yeah, dive into it. I always recommend people diving into the book of John, because John is where you get up close and personal with Jesus, and that's where I want to be. I would highly recommend anybody in here, even if you've already read it, go through it again. Do it again. Stay as close to Jesus as you possibly can be, because that's your light. He is your light, and that is everything. You have to know how to rightly divide. That's right, hyper-dispensationalist. What's up? I just now read your... All right, Jamie, have a good night. Hopefully you guys had fun tonight. Up late. Jesus never sleeps either. That's right. Okay. All right. So we will dive into Daniel chapter 3. Well, now I saw that comment. Why do people keep saying the rapture already happened? That is a highly oh man, I don't know. The easy answer right there is to make you doubt and question and run and hide and be fearful. That's what most of the stuff is out there. So it definitely did not happen. And if for the people who say it did happen, that would imply that we are currently living in the millennial kingdom. And I do know that there are people out there who think that we are living in the millennial kingdom. But my argument to that is that if we are in the millennial kingdom, then Satan's leash is way too long, because Satan's going to be locked up for 1,000 years. So if you're telling me that he's locked up right now, then that is no, he's not. So the rapture did not happen. Great answer, Ryan. Be close to his word. Hey, Katie, how are you? Yeah. Do you recommend somewhere to learn Hebrew? That's really tough, because I don't know Hebrew. I just kind of unpack words as they come. What I would recommend you doing is downloading an app on your phone, and I've said it a million times on here, but it's called the Blue Letter Bible app. Blue Letter Bible. And it is it's really important, because you can just click on any word that you want and it will give you the Greek translation, or it will give you the Hebrew translation, depending on where you're at. So that's really important. That's the way I do it. So this is Hebrew year 5784. No way he's locked up. Absolutely not. I've seen that happen quite a bit, different denominations. Some don't think it's for a present time. Yeah, Bree, it's important to understand the Bible, and that's why I keep telling people, like, you need to know the Bible for you. Because, like, I often challenge people who are in the live. I say, can I trick you? Can I? If I tried to trick you right now, would you let me? And I always say, I wish I could, but I'm not going to do it, because there's people coming in and out in here, and I don't want them to hear one thing, and when I'm, trying to trick people, and then they leave, that, they just keep swiping. So my question to you is, can I trick you? And you need to start wherever your foundation is. Your foundation should be on the gospel. Nail that down more than anything else, and then build upon that. But that is everything. Are you fearful in your car? Hey, Chris, what's up, man? I'm not fearful, but this is good to be here with you, Ryan. Okay, I got it. Great resource. Yes, absolutely. All right. So just got the Blue Letter Bible. Yeah, absolutely. It's so good. And it only takes like 5 minutes to learn. Once you do it one or two times, you got it down. Any other Christian content creators on here that TikTok has taken down their video? Oh, okay, you're asking everybody in here. Okay, we are going to start. Can't even duet news without getting in trouble. Oof. All right, so we are going to start going through Daniel chapter 3, and we will probably cover Daniel chapter 4 too. So I am going to just read. Actually, you know what? I typically read the whole thing and then I go back over it verse by verse, but we're not going to do it this time. We're just going to go through Daniel chapter 3, and I will try to unpack it. But what I want you to understand here is, remember what we just went through with Daniel chapter 2. Daniel chapter 2, Nebuchadnezzar has a dream, and he asks all of his wise men, his sorcerers, his magicians, all of those guys to reveal the dream to him and to interpret it for him as well. Thanks, Audrey. And so Daniel reveals the dream to him, and he tells him that he is that king. He tells him that he is that the head of gold is Babylon. Remember, because in Daniel chapter 2, verse 38, it says, "And wherever the children of man dwell, or the beasts of the field and the birds of the heaven, he has given them into your hand and has made you ruler over them all. You are this head of gold." Okay, so Daniel is clearly talking to King Nebuchadnezzar, and he is telling Nebuchadnezzar, you are this head of gold. And so King Nebuchadnezzar is probably feeling really good about this, right? Like, he's like, you know what? That's right. Like, that is me. I am that head of gold. Like, yeah, that's me. So I also need you to understand that King Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon at this time was the superpower of the world. There was nothing else like it in the entire world. So that is important to understand before we get into chapter 3. So at the end of chapter 2, Daniel ends up saving all of his friends, right? So he ends up saving Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and all of the other sorcerers, the magicians, the soothsayers, the Chaldeans. He saves everybody because he was able to interpret the dream. Remember, King Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm going to kill everybody if you don't interpret this dream. Well, there was one person who saved the day, and that was Daniel, because God gave him the vision and the understanding to interpret the dream. So Daniel saves the day. And so before we dive into chapter 3, we need to understand the vibe of everything, right? Because let's go to Daniel chapter 2, verse 48 and 49, because this sets the stage for chapter 3. So in Daniel chapter 2, verse 48, it says this: "Then the king promoted Daniel and gave him many great gifts. And he made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon and chief administrator over all the wise men of Babylon. Also, Daniel petitioned the king, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon. But Daniel sat in the gate of the king." So let's just try, just so we're all on the same page here. Daniel saves the day, and now he is set in charge over all of those guys. And then he also is able to bring up his boys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and now they're in a high place too. So you have all of these sorcerers, wise men, magicians, all of these guys who are kind of having mixed feelings, right? They're all like, hey, we're saved, yay! But then they're like, we just got saved by some Jew. We just got saved by those guys that we brought, that came from captivity. Now they're over us. So I'm like really happy that I'm not going to die now, but I'm also really ticked off that these kids are over me. So that is the vibe that's going on here. So remember that as we go into Daniel chapter 3. So in Daniel chapter 3, like I said before, this is in Daniel chapter 3. We're gonna start reading here, but this is gonna be, you're gonna start seeing an ego trip of King Nebuchadnezzar. So what I mean by an ego trip is, well, it's gonna be very clear. Okay, so in Daniel 3 verse 1, it says, "Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold whose height was 60 cubits and its width 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. And the king Nebuchadnezzar sent word to gather together the satraps, the administrators, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image which King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. So what I want to say here before we continue on is that you just had in chapter 2, King Nebuchadnezzar had the dream. Nebuchadnezzar said, hey, and everybody, somebody's got to interpret this dream for me. Daniel interpreted the dream. The dream was a statue. The head was gold, and then so on and so forth, silver, brass, iron, and clay, representing all the empires that are going to come. But now we're in chapter 3, and what you see right off the bat is King Nebuchadnezzar he made his own image of himself, mix of all gold. So remember, Daniel said, "You are this head of gold." And Daniel chapter 2, verse 38, at the end of verse 38, he said, "You are this head of gold." And so now we're in chapter 3, and King Nebuchadnezzar is feeling all high and mighty on himself, and he's saying, I'm going to make this massive statue of all gold because I am the bee's knees, right? That's probably what he said. He probably had a t-shirt on that said, I'm the bee's knees. So that's what's going on. So now we're in verse 3. Oh, before we continue on, it says in verse 1, it says was 60 cubits. So there's some different ideas on how much is a cubit, right? So the way that they used to think back then is they used to look at a cubit from your elbow to your fingertip. So about 1.5 feet. So 60 cubits is, if it's about 1.5 feet, you're anywhere from 60 to 90 feet tall. This thing was massive. Okay, so this is a massive, massive statue. It is made of all gold. And remember, he is basically king of the world. He is the superpower here. Yeah, a new shirt, the bee's knees. The bee, yeah, shelf. So in verse 3, you're going to see some repetition here, but it says, so the satraps, the administrators, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces gathered together for the dedication of the image that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. And it's interesting because you keep seeing had set up, had set up, had set up. You're going to see it about 3 or 4 times here. And it's like I said before, if you ever see something being used over and over again, it's almost like they want you to, the author wants you to pay attention to what's really going on here. So it says set up, set up, set up, set up. They keep saying Nebuchadnezzar had set up. So it almost makes me wonder if these magicians, these sorcerers, were getting back in his ear and trying to puff him up, all for a sole purpose, because they're mad at Daniel and his boys, because they don't like them. They are just green with envy. And so it's important to understand that, we'll get into that. Okay, so in verse 4, Daniel chapter 3, verse 4, it says, then a herald cried aloud, to you it is commanded, O peoples, nations, and languages, that at the time you hear the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, and symphony, with all kinds of music, you shall fall down and worship the gold image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. Okay, before we continue here, I need you to remember, just trying to gain perspective and focus on what's going on here. King Nebuchadnezzar, superpower of the ruler of the world, essentially. Babylon is top of the pyramid here, right? Like that's what's going on here. It says in verse 4, this herald cried out and it said, to you it is commanded. Who is being commanded? It says, O peoples, nations, and languages. Okay? What I want to focus on here is where it says nations. This is massive. This is a declaration to the world, right? Like in the Babylonian Empire, this is not to a little city. This is not to like hey, anybody who can hear me. No, this went out to everybody. So anybody who is in the area obviously was they're going to be held accountable. But this went out to everybody. So this was a massive deal. It's kind of like when you hit CC all and you just send out an email and it goes out to everybody. But that was back in the old days. They had to go out and spread this kind of word to everybody. But this was the command. The command was that everybody was going to have to fall down and worship the gold image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. Okay, now we're in verse 6. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast immediately into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. So at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, symphony, with all kinds of music, all the people of nations and languages fell down and worshipped the gold image which King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Okay, so I kind of gave you the idea. We just covered Daniel chapter 2, verse 48 and 49, where you see Daniel and his boys being set up above all the other magicians, sorcerers, and whatnot. Those guys who are now like have to report to Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they are not happy. And so this is why we're reading about this, because we're about to see their motives. In verse 8, it says this, that therefore at that time certain Chaldeans came forward and accused the Jews. And it's interesting here because it says the Jews. Why does it say the Jews? Because when we see Daniel, he writes Daniel. When it talks about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, it says Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But now in verse 8, it says, therefore at that time certain Chaldeans came forward and accused the Jews. Like, that's interesting. It's almost in a demeaning kind of way because they don't like these people. Keep that in mind. But when it says the Chaldeans, sometimes this word can be used as a group of people, like the Chaldeans, but in this context here, it's referring to the occult type of people. These people, magicians, sorcerers, astrologers, soothsayers, these are not good people. Like, these are all like, we're going to read the stars and like open the books and do all kinds of weird stuff. So when you see the word Chaldeans here, think of a type of occult type of advisor. So these Chaldeans came forward and accused the Jews, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And in verse 9 it says, they spoke and said to King Nebuchadnezzar, O king, live forever. You, O king, have made a decree that everyone who hears the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, and symphony with all kinds of music shall fall down and worship the gold image. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. There are certain Jews whom you have set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not paid due regard to you. They do not serve your gods or worship the gold image which you have set up. So you're seeing a lot of redundancy, like they're going back and forth. They keep repeating. They literally repeated everything that the king said. They were saying, hey, you said these words, and they're throwing it right back in his face. And they're saying, you're the one who said this. This is what's going on. And it makes you wonder if they were the ones who kind of were whispering in his ear to do this kind of thing, right? Because when Daniel saved the day and gave the interpretation of the dream, which saved all of their lives, you got to think that the magicians and all the other dudes were in the background just like watching, like, do I need to run? Are we good? Like, is he going to like kill us still? Or do I need to like, what's going on? And then they learned that Daniel saved the day. And so they're like happy, but now they're mad because now Daniel and his boys are over them. And so now there's this whole trap in a sense where these people went after Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And I also would like to point out here that at no time here will we see Daniel. My question to you is, where is Daniel? We're reading the book of Daniel, but where is Daniel? It's like a little like, where's Waldo? But it's, where's Daniel? Where is Daniel? Because this is all about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego here. So it's an interesting question. All right, so we're going to move on. So these wise men or advisors of the Chaldeans are throwing Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego under the bus. They are throwing them under the bus. Okay, and in verse 13 it says, then Nebuchadnezzar in rage and fury gave the command to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spoke, saying to them, is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods or worship the gold image which I have set up? Okay, so before we continue, I wanna go back to chapter 2. Go back to Daniel chapter 2, because I brought this up during the recap, but it was for a purpose. So in Daniel chapter 2, verse 13, it says this: So the decree went out, and they began killing the wise men, and they sought Daniel and his companions to kill them. So it's important to understand, New King James, Tamara. So in Daniel 2, verse 13, you see that the wise men were unable to answer the king on the interpretation, and right away, the decree went out to kill the wise men. Happened immediately. But now we're in Daniel chapter 3, and the decree went out that any time that the music played, that everybody was to bow down and worship this golden image. Okay? And it said whoever was not going to do it, they would be cast into the fiery furnace. So now we're here, and these wise men go before the king, and we're like, hey, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they didn't bow down. So it's interesting to me to consider this, because what you see is King Nebuchadnezzar doesn't immediately flip his lid and say, boom, throw him into the fiery furnace. What he did was almost uncharacteristic of who he was as a person, because who he is, when you study King Nebuchadnezzar, when you understand how he reacts and how he handles things, it is all fire and brimstone, like you're dead, murder, like kill, you're like cut into pieces, your house getting made an ash heap or dung heap. But here, he gives the order to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego before him. And so that is very interesting. And I think that this is very almost emblematic of his relationship with Daniel. And it almost makes you wonder if he's doing this out of respect for Daniel, because you're going to see a little bit of a bond between King Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel as we continue on here. Like they have like a little thing going on here. But my point here, and what I'm trying to point out, is that King Nebuchadnezzar didn't just tell him to throw him into the fiery furnace, which is what his normal way of doing things would have been on how he handled it. So he doesn't do that. He tells him to bring him before him. Now we're in verse 15, and it says this. So he's like, you didn't bow down to or worship the gold image which I have set up. Verse 15, now if you are ready at the time you hear the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, and symphony with all kinds of music, and you fall down and worship the image which I have made, good. But if you do not worship, you shall be cast immediately into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is the God who will deliver you from my hands? Well, we're about to find out. Verse 16, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we have no need to answer you in this matter. If that is the case, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us from your hand, O king. But if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we do not serve your gods, nor will we worship the gold image which you have set up. Okay. This is very, very interesting. And so this is what I want to kind of talk about, because you're going to see some stuff happen here. And this is very applicable to our world today, right? In our world today, you are seeing all kinds of headlines and all kinds of articles that are being posted and videos talking about like the eclipse and the solar, like all the sun and the moon and like all of these things that are happening in Israel and Ukraine and bombs and Friday the 13th and all of these things. And that, what I'm bringing all that up to bring up the word afraid. And so what I'm talking about here in Daniel is that they're saying, we're not going to bow down to him. And he's like, our God can save us. But if he doesn't, we want you to know we do not worship your God. And it's so easy to read this and just be like, okay, I'm just going to keep on reading. But I want you to put yourself in their shoes, because This is so important for you guys to learn and for myself to learn, because we need to learn how to think. I can't say it. You need to train yourself how to think. And you can't do it unless you have a biblical perspective. Think about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego here. They are brought before the king. Imagine how they felt when they were being escorted, I'm assuming by armed guards, to him. Imagine hearing your name being called over the intercom when you're in high school and you're like, please report to the office, right? Like, you're like, oh, your heart starts skipping a beat, right? Like, you're, and then you're like, what did I do wrong now? What is going on? Like, your anxiety kicks in, fear kicks in, settles in. You're getting all afraid, all of these things. But if you watch that video that I put out today, you get the idea of what I mean by you train how you fight. And so what we're doing here is we are training. We are training ourselves how to think. We are gaining perspective here. These kids are brought before the king of the world, because that's really essentially what King Nebuchadnezzar was. He is the king of the world here. And I want you to just imagine, put yourself in one of their shoes, and you're walking the long walk to wherever the king is. And you're walking there, and it probably took like 10, 15 minutes to walk all the way there. I have no idea. But you're walking, you're talking amongst yourselves. You're like, what's going on? Like, you're talking to one another. All of these things are kicking, like thoughts are coming into your mind. And it's so revealing on where they were in their spiritual world, in their spiritual walk with Christ, right? This is so telling of where they were individually, because one of them answers. It doesn't say who answers, but one of them answers, and the other ones just stand there in agreement. There's not one like reading like, not me. No. They were all one. And that is important to understand. And that is why it's so, there's a sermon in here somewhere, like, there's 3 of them. It's so much easier when you're together. A cord of 3 strands is not easily broken, right? If you and I are walking together and we're chasing after Christ, you're going to see me and be encouraged by me, and I'm going to see you and be encouraged by you. And that's what's going on here. That's what I want you to think about. Like, think about their emotions during this time. I'm going to read it again in verse 17 and 18. But now I want you to put yourself in that kind of shoes, because it's so easy to just read over something and just skip out all the other details that are not given. You need to read into it and get the vibe, the feel, what's going on in this situation. So in verse 17 it says, if that is the case, our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us from your hand, O king. But if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we do not serve your gods, nor will we worship the gold image which you have set up. Wow, right? Holy cow. So there are these 3 guys standing before the king of the world and telling him no. And I want you to just fill in the blank on however you imagine their endorphins, their adrenaline just pumping through their glands. But what I want you to understand is that they didn't just start to read. They didn't just start to put their faith in Christ. This was a walk with Christ, and they were adults in their spiritual walk. It's so apparent. The vibe here is almost like they're just like, there's no other answer, and there never was any other option. There's never anything else that I could ever imagine doing. That's the vibe that I get. And they're like, this is what I'm doing, and I don't care who I'm talking to. I'm going to tell you straight to your face, O king, and I'm not going to tremble before you, because you're a guy, and I don't fear men, right? I don't fear what you can do to me. We need to fear him who can cast body and soul into everlasting destruction. That's who we need to fear. Anyways, I digress. So that's what's going on here. So in verse 19 it says, then Nebuchadnezzar was full of fury, and the expression on his face changed toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So it's almost like King Nebuchadnezzar was giving them a second chance, because like I said before, it was normal for him to make, like, do not pass go, do not collect $200, you're getting killed and cut into pieces. He did not throw them into the fiery furnace. He brought them before himself to see if it was true. And now in verse 19, it says he was full of fury. And it's interesting that it says, and the expression on his face changed. And it's almost like when he brought them in front of him, he almost assumed that they were just going to fall in line like everybody else. He's like, I'm a king. You got to respect me, right? Like, you got to do what I say. Nobody tells me no. But then they said no. And that is what is interesting. And so his expression changed. He went from like expecting them to do something to like, now it's on. And so it goes on in verse 19, in the middle of 19, it says, he spoke and commanded that they heat the furnace 7 times more than it was usually heated. A little bit of overkill, right? But it's interesting that it says 7. If you were here for the book of Revelation, you know that Revelation is a book of sevens. You have 7 spirits, 7 churches, the 7 seals, 7 bowls, 7 trumpets. You have all of these 7s all over the place. But now you're in the book of Daniel, and you know that the book of Daniel coincides dramatically with the book of Revelation, and it's just interesting that he chose the number 7. But it says he spoke and commanded that they heat the furnace 7 times more than it was usually heated. And I don't know how much fire it takes to kill you, but just regular fire is all it takes to kill me. If you throw me in just a normal fire, like, I'm gonna die. I mean, you can make it hotter, but it's just showing how much he is ticked off. And so it goes on in verse 20, and it says, and he commanded certain mighty men of valor who were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and cast them into burning fiery furnace. Okay, so I want to unpack the binding here. It's interesting that he had them bound, like they showed up free willy. They were just escorted there in my imagination. But now he's telling his mighty men of valor to bind them. And it's interesting because if he knew anything about these 3 dudes, you just know that these people were calm, cool, collected, reasonable. They thought logically. And for him to say bind those guys, it was completely unnecessary if you knew who these people were, right? Like, bind them. Like, you're going to have these massive meatheads, like power lifter dudes, come up and just like bind my hands. Okay, like, I'm not going anywhere. What do you think I'm doing? It's just showing how ticked off King Nebuchadnezzar was. He had his mighty men bind them. And so anyways, in verse 20, and then cast them in, and told them to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. In verse 21, it says, then these men were bound in their coats, their trousers, their turbans, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. In verse 22, though, it says, therefore, because the king's command was urgent, and the furnace exceedingly hot, the flame of the fire killed those men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Okay, so this is just okay. There's so much here to really dissect. You have the furnace being heated 7 times hotter, right? 7 times, you compare that to the book of Revelation, there's all kinds of 7s. But then in verse 22, you see the mighty men. Now, if you remember in where it says mighty men, the phrase mighty men is used throughout Scripture. You have it used in the book of Revelation, and then it's also used Gideon and his mighty men. There's other places where the word mighty men is referenced here. So these kings' mighty men bind them, and then they actually end up being the ones who die from this heat. And it's interesting because fire is emblematic of judgment, right? This is okay. I want to take you guys back to the burning bush, right? So in Exodus, Moses. So let's go to Exodus 3. Thanks, Kim. Let's go to Exodus chapter 3 real fast. So in Exodus chapter 3, verse 1, it says, Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the back of the desert and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire from the midst of a bush. So he looked, and behold, the bush was burning with fire, but the bush was not consumed. And so you go on and you continue to read that. But what I told you guys this before if you were here, but this bush in this desert is an acacia bush, and this has thorns on its branches and whatnot. And it's interesting when you understand that, and that he chose this bush because the thorns, it's everything, like it represents everything all throughout Scripture, and it's so amazing to see how it is all beautifully intertwined. And this is a thorn bush, or a bush that has thorns on it, and it is consumed with fire. And when you understand that fire is an idiom of righteousness, right? Like this represents judgment. This is judgment. And so this is being judgment on a bush with thorns. Thorns represent the fall, right? The fall when sin entered the world, and fire represents judgment. This bush was being judged, but it wasn't being consumed. It's a picture, it's a type of what was going on, what Jesus did when he died on the cross. And then when you go back to Daniel, you see that this fire is now being brought in, but Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they weren't even in the fire yet, and the mighty men, they died. They didn't pass the test, right? So like God is specifically looking out for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego before they're even in the fire. But then when they get in the fire, all this other stuff happens. But it's interesting to visualize all of these things and understand what fire represents judgment, the thorn, the fall, the fire, the burning bush, like it's all coming back into play, back and forth. But this fire, in verse 23, we'll continue on in Daniel. It says, And these three men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then King Nebuchadnezzar was astonished, and he rose in haste and spoke, saying to his counselors, Did we not cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said to the king, True, O king. Look, he answered, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt. And the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Okay, so this is an amazing thing that we're seeing here. I'm sure many of us are already familiar with this kind of story, but it doesn't take away, and that's what I want you guys to make sure you do not let this happen. When you guys go through the Bible and you've heard a story before, I need you guys to force yourself not to get used to the idea and think that you've got it all down. I don't want you to think that. I don't want you to be like, oh yeah, I know that story, whatever. I want you to be like, that's amazing. I want you to make it so neat every single time you read this stuff or you hear about it. I want you to understand that, because if you hear the same thing over and over again, it can get redundant and you can get tiresome, and you're like, okay, yeah, I've heard that since. Don't let that happen. But here we are. You have Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego being thrown into the fiery furnace, and it says they fell down bound into the midst of the fiery furnace, the burning fiery furnace. But then in verse 25, he says, look, I see 4 men loose. So you see in verse 23 that they fell down bound. And then in verse 25, it says, I see 4 men loose. So the only thing that the fire consumed that we're getting here is that they were no longer bound, which means God had control of that fire, which we already knew. But he also had enough control of the fire to get rid of what they were. It said that they were bound. He had control to get rid of it, get rid of those shackles. Makes you, Paul and Silas, and when the earthquake, when they were locked up in prison after they were beaten, they shouldn't have been beaten, but they were. And the earthquake came, and all of the shackles came loose. Like this fire, we think we see something, and we think, oh wow, that's really neat. That everything that we see is absolutely nothing in comparison to what, like anything, any power that we can perceive or try to comprehend. It's nothing. It is a little speck of dust compared to what God is capable of, and we haven't even seen. It's unbelievable. So when these guys are bound and they fell down into the fiery furnace, and then he sees that I see 4 men loose. Those are interesting observations. We're given stuff here, and it's so neat to see this kind of stuff. But he sees I see one, and the form of the fourth is like the Son of God. Pre-trib for sure. I don't know who asked that question, but I saw, are you pre-trib? I am pre-trib for sure. So it's really neat to see this kind of stuff. And also just an important takeaway on this specifically. It's important to understand that God let them go through it. It's important to understand what happened to them. That whole walk when they were being escorted to stand in front of the king, God let them go through that. All of those emotions, the adrenaline dump, all of this stuff, God let them go through that. He even let them go get thrown into fire. And it's important to understand that they were willing to die one way or the other. And so that's where we need to be ourselves. So this is so applicable in our world today, guys. I'm telling you what, this is huge for what we're seeing in our world today. If I come up and I will kick your door in and I take away your Bibles and all the Bible apps are banned and you can't find it anywhere, do you have enough hidden in your heart? Do you have it in yours? Do you have it? Do you have enough to tell somebody about Christ and to give them scripture and be like, hey, can I tell you about what Jesus did? Hey, in the beginning, Adam and Eve did this, and then Abraham, and then Moses and Isaac, Jacob, like all of Israel came out in like Egypt and all these Pharaoh, and you keep going all the way. Can you explain that stuff to somebody? And so what I'm saying here is that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they were raised and they studied and they learned and they had conversations and they were bouncing ideas off of one another saying, what do you think about this? Hey, what do you think about this? And they had a little piece of the picture. This was written like 500 years before Christ. So they had only a little bit of the scriptures. We have the whole picture here. You and I do. So we should have more faith than them, but I would argue that we don't. And so that's important to understand. Put yourself perspective, zoom out, look at the Bible, the people in here, see Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and you just see their faith is overflowing. It's unbelievable. And then compare yourself to them, and compare yourself to them. And what I want you to understand is that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, I would argue that they were afraid. I would say that. I think that your body takes over when you know that your body has natural reactions. Your brain is so powerful, even if you're in the safety of your home, if you put yourself in a crazy high tense scenario and it's all in your brain and you play out every scenario, your heart will sometimes get beating faster and faster and faster, and none of it's even real. So your body just takes over. And so these guys, knowing that the threat was imminent, still stood on their faith. And they said it very straightforward without, sugarcoating anything. They were not trying to be a friend or tried to get promoted and try to buddy next to this king. They were doing what was right in the sight of the Lord. And that is so important for you and I to understand. It's like, I could care less what you think of me, right? Like, that's how we need to think. Like, I need to come at you with love. Yes, because that's what Christ would do. But also, if you don't like me, I need you to see Christ. Like, I'm not here for you to like me. I'm here for you to see Jesus. And that is what I want you to do. And so when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, when they said what they said, they weren't being snotty. They weren't condescending. They weren't saying we're better than you and our God is better than you and whatever, even though they were in a roundabout way. But their God is better than all of his gods. But they did it in a way that was respectful. And so that is where we need to be. And that's how we reach other people. And so it's important to understand that God let them go through the fire. He let them go through it. And that is quite a testament of how you can go through it. Because again, remember what I told you before, it's not about you and it's not about me. It's literally not about me. I always go about my entire day thinking, oh, I got to do this, or hey, I have to do this. I have to do me. It's not about you, and it's not about me. Anyways, going back to Daniel, in verse 26, it says, Then Nebuchadnezzar went near the mouth of the burning fiery furnace and spoke, saying, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out and come here. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came from the midst of the fire, and the satraps, the administrators, governors, and the king's counselors gathered together, and they saw these men on whose bodies the fire had no power. The hair of their head was not singed, nor were their garments affected, and the smell of the fire was not on them. Nebuchadnezzar spoke, saying, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his angel and delivered his servants who trusted in him. And they have frustrated the king's word and yielded their bodies, that they should not serve nor worship any god except their own. All right, so just this is just incredible. This is incredible. So there's a fourth guy in the fire. Fourth is like the Son of God. They're not singed, their clothes are not touched, but we already established that they were bound when they were thrown in, and they were walking around loose. So the only thing that got dissolved or whatever while they were burned up, while they were in the fire, was the rope that they were bound with. So they come out, and Nebuchadnezzar has changed his tune dramatically. And I also find it interesting that he doesn't say, where's the other guy, right? Where's the other guy? Because that's what I would have said. I've been like, okay, you guys are cool and all, but where's that one? I want to talk to the guy who's not, like, where's he at? But it's interesting because he's saying, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his angel. Okay, and so what I've told you this before, but if you weren't here before, the Bible refers to Jesus Christ in the Old Testament as the angel of the Lord. Now, there are angels that are in the Bible, right? But whenever you see the phrase the angel of the Lord, that is a title given strictly to Jesus. An example is when Joshua in Jericho, right? Like, this guy shows up and Joshua confronts him and he's like, hey, who are you? Are you for us or against us? And the angel of the Lord says, take off your shoes. You are standing on hallowed ground. And so Joshua remembered what happened to Moses when Moses was in front of the burning bush, and the burning bush told him to take off his shoes, for he is standing on holy ground. And that is interesting because we need to know who we're talking about. But when it says in verse 28, it says, who sent his angel and delivered his servants. His angel, that's how the Old Testament, that's how he appeared to the Jewish people, as the angel of the Lord. That is how they knew him. That is important to understand. But what I want to focus on here is at the end of verse 28, it says, and they have frustrated the king's word and yielded their bodies. That is insane. Wow. And yielded their bodies. So, we're getting into a world where it's unbelievable. And Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are perfect examples for what you and I can do, or what might have to happen to us. And it's a very, very real scenario. A lot of people think that we can't fail. A lot of people that think that America cannot fall. And I was actually going to make a video on this, and I still might, but it was gonna be focusing on the Israeli Defense Force, because a lot of people look at them and think they have the most insane intelligence. Their intelligence is top notch, right? How in the world could all of this have happened? How could this have happened? They should have seen it coming. And then there's all kinds of theories out there like, oh, they let it happen. They knew it was coming and they allowed it, whatever. But what I want you to understand, the takeaway from that is that people are putting their faith in a government. You and I, for example, right? You and I we think that we're going to be protected and that something can't happen to us, because if anybody tries to send over one of those things into our airspace, we're just going to pew pew and it's going to be taken care of, right? No. We are putting our faith, if you are one of those people, in the wrong thing. And Israel is a perfect example of that. All of those people were going about their day when this attack happened over there as if everything was going to be just another normal day. All the people at the festival, right? They were out there having a good time, enjoying each other's company, dancing, whatever, all of these things. And then out of nowhere, it just turns completely upside down. And so that's what I want you guys to understand. You and I are currently living in a world where we are abiding by the rules, but very, very quickly, it can flip upside down and get absolutely insane, just like how it did over there. And I think that that could happen in our lifetime. So take that as a grain of salt, but that's an opinion. Do you think America is New Babylon? There's a lot of theories out there, Justin. I think you can make an argument for that. I think you can make an argument for that the whole world is Babylon because we are one. We all have one language now just because of technology. Thanks, Evan. You also can make a really strong argument because when you read Revelation, 18, I think? When you read Revelation 18, I think that's where it talks about Babylon fallen. It literally says a city, Babylon, time and time again. And so that makes you like the kings, the merchants, and the shipmasters are all standing afar off looking at the city, and they're saying, oh, how great a city, and it's in 1 hour it has fallen. So that it gives you the idea that they're literally looking at a city. So you can make all kinds of arguments on what it actually is. But finishing up here in verse 28, when it says, and yielded up their bodies, I think we need to be mentally prepared for a lot of things that we have never thought about before, just because I think it is good to be there. And I've told you guys before, if you haven't thought or trained yourself mentally before something happened, then you're not going to know how you're going to react when it actually does happen. When you train how to manipulate a firearm, for example, you treat it, number one rule, right? Treat every weapon as if it's loaded. And so if you just start pointing things around and you've never shot it, or you have one and you've never shot it or whatever, you're like, I'm good because I got 1,000,000 guns. It's like, no, you need to know how to operate that thing. And if you don't, then you just because you think you're all tactical all of a sudden doesn't mean that you're going to know how to handle the situation when the time comes. You need to train yourself. But in this context, you need to train yourself spiritually, and that is what we're doing here. So hopefully this is building you guys up and giving you something, some meat to hold on to. So here we go. In verse 29, finishing up, it says, therefore I make a decree that any people, nation, or language which speaks anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made an ash heap, because there is no other God who can deliver like this. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. Okay, so you see that Nebuchadnezzar is almost just all over the place as far as like, you're going to die, and then he sees them not die, and they're like, you know what, you're promoted. And then that's what he's doing. But it's interesting because Daniel is not mentioned here. Where is Daniel? He is gone. You see these wise men, the magicians, the sorcerers, the soothsayers, go to King Nebuchadnezzar almost strategically, right? Because Daniel's not mentioned. It's assumed, nobody really knows, just to answer that question, it's assumed that Daniel could have been off on an errand for the king, right? Like, or at the gate. Yeah. Nobody knows where he is. He's not mentioned in his own book. Nobody knows where Daniel is. And so it almost gives you the idea, and this is just a perspective, is that these magicians, sorcerers, whatever, wise men dudes, waited until Daniel was gone because they knew Daniel had the king's ear. So if Daniel was present, Daniel would have intervened, and then God wouldn't have been able to do this kind of thing. So it's almost like, not almost, God orchestrated this just to show how much power he is, and it's going to be how much power he has, and it's going to be important to understand this for Daniel chapter 4, because we're going to get a big insight on how the king of the world, King Nebuchadnezzar, can be brought to nothing in no time. We're going to get a picture of that in Daniel chapter 4. But to finish up Daniel 3, he ends up promoting Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So those wise men who tried to trip up and catch Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and get them killed, their plan was foiled, and they ended up getting promoted instead of killed. And it's very interesting, again, because in Daniel chapter 2, Daniel is given the interpretation of the dream. King Nebuchadnezzar glorifies Daniel's God. He's like, he is the God of God, Lord of kings. What is it in Daniel 2? It says, Daniel 2:47, it says, the king answered Daniel and said, truly your God is the God of gods, the Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets. So King Nebuchadnezzar already had acknowledged, I need you to understand this, King Nebuchadnezzar had already acknowledged who the God of Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were because of that dream. Then some time passed, and then he has a statue made of gold, and he almost forgot who Daniel's God was, because then he throws the God, or the guys of this God of God and Lord of Kings, he throws these guys who serve that God into a fire, forgetting who he was, and then after they come out unscathed, then King Nebuchadnezzar brings himself back down to earth and says, anybody who speaks anything amiss of God, the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, shall be cut in pieces. You see him all over the place. He's having a hard time accepting this because he is the king of the world. Can you imagine, like the thing that happened when Daniel interpreted the dream, to that king of the world, that's probably a pretty big deal. That's a cool trick you just did. I'm going to keep that in mind. You can hang out with me. I'm going to make you my right-hand guy, right? That's what basically happens. But imagine the life of the king of the world. This guy had everything. He had everything at his disposal. He felt untouchable. He's living life luxuriously. He has all of these things. And then when 3 people don't listen to him, he heats up the furnace 7 times hotter to try to make a point, and it backfired in his face, and it humbled him back down, brought him back down to earth, and he glorifies God again. So it's just really interesting to see his walk, in a sense. So that is chapter 3. I am going to read some of these comments, and then we will get back into chapter 4. All right. LOL. Okay. Thanks for being here, guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Hopefully you guys are learning from this. Train. Train. That's right, Chosen. You know. I know you know. All right. Man, just missed it. Oh. Hi, Lauren. Hello. Ryan, you need a cushion in that truck. No, I'm good. Why do you call yourself Sheesh? I don't know. I just thought it was funny. No reason. It always makes me laugh whenever I hear somebody say it. So I was like, I like it. God always wins. Yes. All right. Well, we are going to start diving into chapter 4, but somebody asked if I was pre-trib, and my answer on that is absolutely, and I feel like I can defend it. If you're still here, I don't know if you are, but all of those studies, I put up we just finished the book of Revelation, and all of that is on YouTube if you're interested. If you want to review the book of Revelation in a nutshell, just watch the very last video that I posted. You can go to my YouTube, just clicking on my TikTok profile. There's a YouTube link there. Click on Revelation chapter 22, because I do an in-depth recap of the entire book of Revelation. So it'll give you a lot of information if you don't want to review all of the other stuff. But all of that stuff is there if you're interested, and if you want a nutshell version, just review the last video. It will encapsulate the entire teaching that we went through. And it's important to understand who the kings and priests are, because they are in chapter 5 and they are in heaven before the seals are broken. Is that a Monster's energy drink? No, this is this has 80 milligrams of caffeine in it, and it is a Jocko Go. And there's 4 ingredients in this thing, so that's why I stick to this one, because it's killing me not as fast as all the other stuff in the world. Amber, no, not Daniel. I'll get on it. I'm on it. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm going to YouTube that one. I missed your recap. Yeah, Katie. Revelation 22. I do like I want to say like an hour and 40-minute long, maybe not. I don't remember. Maybe it was an hour and 40-minute long recap of Revelation, but it was a long recap. But I think that really helps. I think it really drills in the point. It really helps it stick, at least for me. Repetition, repetition, repetition helps everything. That's awesome because Monsters has a bad story behind it. Yeah, I know the Hebrew 666. Yeah. Yep. Can't get away from it. Jesus died on the cross for all our sins, was buried and rose again on the third day. He loves you. That's right, Leanne. That is it. That is it right there. That is everything. That is everything. Yeah, kimchi. Yep. 100%. Okay. I wouldn't expect anything less than long. I know. But it's nice because the results of that 5-minute poll about do I go too in depth, everybody said nope. So that's good. Isn't the fact that we're still here disprove the pre-trib? No, not at all. Wait, are you saying that you believe that we are currently in the tribulation, Mr. Francis? Reputation. Thanks, Kimchi. I appreciate that. Stupid question. But do you believe this is the very end, World War III? No. I don't think so. Wait, do you believe this is the very end, World War III? I don't know exactly what you're asking. I guess. Can you go in depth on the Hebrew meaning of kill? Many people are being misled on murder. Oh, are you talking about like what? Wait, what? In what context? I don't know what you're talking about, Chosen. What are your thoughts about the peace deal that happened? Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, we can talk about this for a second. So this will address the Francis Henry talking about he believes that we are in the tribulation, and then Leanne asked about what are your thoughts about the peace deal that happened. So in Daniel 9:27, that's Daniel's 70th week, or the time of Jacob's trouble, which is all geared towards Israel, because the time of Jacob's trouble can be interpreted as the time of Israel's trouble, because Jacob was called Israel. So the peace deal that is talked about there, like I understand that the word peace or security, peace and security, was littered throughout that deal, but it wasn't the 927 deal, and we know that because we know when in Daniel 927 it says that he shall rise up and basically cease offer or cause offering and sacrifice to cease. And that's important to understand. What does that mean? It means that there's going to be offering and sacrifice during that time. Right now in our world today, there is no offering and sacrifice. We're not doing that anymore. So we need to understand the context of Daniel 9:27. Daniel 9:27 is all talking about the tribulation time. But in order for there to be offering and sacrifices occurring, there needs to be a temple. And that is why you need to focus on Israel and pay attention to the third temple, because there can't be offering and sacrifice without a temple physically standing. And so the way I view it, is that the very next thing that's going to happen prophetically is most likely going to be the rapture, which is where the church is taken up. After that, there's going to be a covenant that is strengthened between many nations, Israel being one of them. And then Antichrist, in the middle of 1 week, is going to go into the temple and make the offering and sacrifice cease, because that in Revelation chapter 11, we are introduced to two witnesses who are preaching in front of the temple during the tribulation. And so we understand that in order for the tribulation to begin, there needs to be a temple standing, because these two witnesses, who a lot of people speculate are going to be Elijah and Moses, they're going to be teaching and preaching and doing all kinds of signs and wonders coming out of fire out of their mouths, shutting up the heavens, stopping it to rain. They're going to be doing all this stuff for 3.5 years. And then we know that after 3.5 years, then the beast is going to ascend up and make war against them and overcome them. So we know that that's going to happen. And then that takes us into 3.5 years into the tribulation. So in order for the tribulation to begin, there needs to be a temple standing. That's the way I break it down. I think the third temple will be built very soon. It's possible, Katie. They have all of the equipment and all of the stuff needed to build it. So it's very, 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 very interesting. Moderators here are on point. Nice. Shout out to the mods. Thanks, guys. I don't know what they're doing, but I appreciate you guys. We are in end times, but it's not the very end. Look to Daniel's timeline. Yeah, Crystal. I agree. Not the end of the world. The start. Okay. Oh, I believe this is all in the Bible. That's what I'm asking. Is this the end? Diane, I don't think no. What's going on over in Israel, and they're being surrounded by all those nations, and they're being hit and attacked and all this and that. I think this is setting the stage. As I said at the beginning of this, the Ezekiel 38 and 39 war, a lot of people theorize on if those things are going to occur before the rapture or after the rapture. And there's good arguments on both sides of the board. But what it is important to understand, a big distinction between what's happening in our world right now involving Israel and Ezekiel 38 and 39 is that Ezekiel 38 and 39, it says the nations will go against Israel. And what's happening in our world right now is primarily it is Hamas and Hezbollah, which are terror organizations. They are not nations, they are terror organizations. And so it's important to understand the difference between the two. You have the nations on one hand, and you have terror organizations on the other. And so that is, it's important to make that distinction. Hi, Hope. Hello. I couldn't function in this live properly if it wasn't for these mods. Nice. I think that it can definitely turn into Daniel 38. Into Daniel 38, though? What do you mean Daniel 38? There's only 12 chapters. Daniel 38? What? Nations will fall. Katie, yes. What's your YouTube? Heather, hello. If you click on my TikTok profile, you will see a link right under my little face. You'll see a YouTube link there. Just click on that. It'll take you there. Yeah, Tamara, I did. Holly. Thank you. Just fun fact, Hamas in Hebrew means violence. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Oh, man. Can you feel? Can you? I can feel, Parker. Can you feel? Can you? Hello, Sherry. Hello. Debbie, hello. How are you? We definitely are getting close. It seems like it, guys. Tamra. Okay. I'm sorry. What do you feel like he's coming? We're going to be going home. What do you feel like he's coming? We're going to be going home. Yeah, Parker. I think Leanne. Hi, Leanne. I am a pastor's kid. I'm a student. I just tell people I'm a student of the Bible. That's all I am. Yeah, Sophia. Absolutely. Glad to have done it. Thanks for being here, guys. But we're gonna go through. I meant to say Ezekiel 38. Okay, Justin. I was like, wait, there's only 12 chapters in Daniel. Ezekiel 38. Yeah. Hey, will this video be on the book of Daniel? Yeah, we'll be on this. I'll upload all this on to YouTube as well. All of Revelation's up there too. PK? Yep. All right. Sorry, my phone is terrible. Yeah, I feel you, man. All right, we're going to start diving into Daniel chapter 4. But before I do, for all of you guys who are new here, I want you to understand we're going through some stuff where there are different opinions out there. And I want you to understand that I'm giving you my perspective on this kind of stuff, and there are other people who have other opinions on it, and it's okay. I want you to understand, however, whatever camp you fall in on anything, to not create any kind of division when you talk to other people, right? We are not to cause any kind of divisions among ourselves. We don't want to do that. Like they should know us by our love, right? They should see us. They should see Christ through us, and that should be because we are just like whatever we pour in is going to be coming out, and that is what we need to be doing. So I understand that there are people who will interpret some of these things that we're going to go through, especially when we get to Daniel chapter 9, which we've already covered because we covered the book of Revelation. But now we're going to go through it because we're covering the book of Daniel, so we get to do it again. So if you were here for it, I'll have you come on up and you can teach it. But I want you to understand, if you disagree with somebody in your world, that's okay. Don't fight. Don't argue. Don't say I'm smarter than you. We're going to get into some pride stuff here, and I think this is important to really bring ourselves back down to earth, because we often like to look at ourselves as I am right and there's no way I could be wrong, and all of these things, right? We think that we are all that. We are not, and we're about to get a good lesson on that because of what we're going to learn from King Nebuchadnezzar. So we're going through the book of Daniel. I'm going to put all this stuff up on YouTube. It's going to be a copy and paste, whatever you're seeing here. I'm just going to throw it up on top of on YouTube, and it'll be there if you are interested in it. And more importantly, I want you to know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, and that is by Christ and Christ alone, by believing that Jesus is God's Son, that He led a perfect life, and that He died on the cross for you. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in Him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It doesn't say believes and gets baptized, or believes and goes to church, or believes and gives money to the church. It is believes in Him. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Ephesians 2:8-9 also says, for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. We don't want to boast. We want to be less of me and more of Him, and so that is what we are trying to do here. So pride is something we need to always be wary about, and I don't ever want to come across as prideful. If I do, please let me know. And same for you, like in your world, in your guys' world, try to be Christ-like. Meet people where they're at. Try to give them Jesus, but don't come at them condescending. Don't come at them judging. Come at them with love and meet them where they're at. Understand that they don't know the information that you have. Give it to them in little bits and pieces in ways that they can understand, and don't act like you know everything, because that's not very relatable. You want to be relatable, and that's the best way that you can reach people, if you are relatable. So it's important to understand that and keep that in mind when you try to share the gospel. But your whole point, once you become a Christian, your whole purpose is to further the kingdom. It is not about you. It is about Him, and it always has been, and it always will be. And we need to remember that. A question that I was thinking about earlier, I forget what happened or what brought it up, but I was talking to one of the guys, and I said, man, it seems like the world's falling apart, doesn't it? And he's like, he doesn't really know much about what's going on. And he's like, oh yeah, I heard about that. And I said, man, it's crazy, isn't it? I said, at any moment, we could be standing before the Lord. And I was just trying to get his brain to think, and he's like, yeah, we could. And then I said, it makes you wonder, what are you doing with the time that you're given? And then we changed the subject after a couple more back and forth things. But the question that I posed was, what are you doing with the time that you're given? And it's a very sobering thought, because, the excuse that all of us Americans have is, I got to go to the gym, or I got to run the kids here, and we got a soccer game and a baseball game and a football game, and then I got to go do this, and then I got to go to my friend's house, and then I got to go here and do this, and then by the end of the day I'm tired and I just don't have time. That's the excuse, right? That's our thought. That's the way we think and the way we justify it. But when you really try to really bring it back into focus, right? Like zoom in and like try to, what are you doing with the time that you're given? What are you doing with the time that you're given? So interesting thing to consider. And it's crazy and terrifying when we understand that we're going to stand before the Lord individually. Oh, woo! You know, can you imagine how terrifying the great white throne judgment is going to be? Because those people are in Hades right now. They're going to come out of Hades, stand before the great. Oh my goodness! Talk about that walk that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego had to go to stand before the king, right? Like it's a type of it in a sense, but it's very interesting. Oh, that is what I was going to talk about in Daniel 3. Shoot. The type, I completely forgot about that. Okay, just on Daniel chapter 3, there's some people make a comparison, and I forgot to say this, but that just reminded me. There's certain types of things in Daniel chapter 3. So in Daniel chapter 3, the furnace, some people look at Daniel, right? Like to compare it to the book of Revelation. Some people look at the furnace as a type of the tribulation. Some people look at the three Jewish men as a type of the 144,000, right? Like they had the seal of God on their foreheads. They were running around untouchable. Some people compare that to the three Jewish men because there are three Jewish guys in the fire. They were untouched. And there's 144,000 in the book of Revelation that have the seal of God on their foreheads, and they are untouchable during the entire tribulation. And then also King Nebuchadnezzar could be viewed in this context right here as a type of Antichrist because he was going after them, he threw them in, he brought them, captured them, threw them in, all this kind of stuff. And you could also look at Daniel as a type of the church because Daniel wasn't here during this time. So in a sense, you can make that kind of argument. It might be a little bit of a stretch. I'm not being dogmatic about any of those things. I'm just saying when you take a book of the Bible and you take some of what the story is about and you compare it to the book of Revelation, it is kind of paralleling in a certain level if you look at it through the proper lens. So take that how you will. Anyways, I digress. We're going into Daniel chapter 4. So in Daniel chapter 4, again, we need to understand what is the context here. Remember that the first, or not the first, but chapter 2 through chapter 7 are written in Aramaic. So Aramaic was the Gentile language. If I'm writing a letter to the Jewish people, I'm not going to write in Aramaic. I'm going to write in Hebrew. And so that is what is important to understand. Again, chapter 4 is written in Aramaic. So that's what we're going on into here in Daniel chapter 4. Now, before we dive into this, I'm not going to read the entire chapter like I have been in the past. I'm just going to go through it verse by verse right off the bat, and we're going to unpack it as we go. And then I'll ask you guys what you like about that, if you would rather me read the whole chapter and then go back expositionally or whatever. I'll pick your brains and see what you guys would prefer. But we're going to go through it just verse by verse without reading it. But I want you to understand before we go into this that what we're about to read in chapter 4, it's not an opinion about how the king felt. It is not about somebody's perspective on King Nebuchadnezzar when he was doing this kind of stuff. Daniel chapter 4 is an affidavit of the king himself. An affidavit is a statement of facts written by the individual. So if I came up to you, Katie or Heather or Psychic Jace or whatever, I would come up to you guys and I would give you a piece of paper and I'd say, write down how you feel. And whatever you wrote down would apply to you directly. That's exactly what's going on here in chapter 4. King Nebuchadnezzar writes this chapter himself. So there is no assumption on how he feels because he is giving you a firsthand experience into his mind and heart on how he's seeing things. So this is important to understand. King Nebuchadnezzar is writing this himself, and this is a public declaration to the world. Remember, Babylon is the superpower of the world at this time, so that's the way to look at it. So in Daniel chapter 4, verse 1, it says, Nebuchadnezzar the king. He's identifying himself. Nebuchadnezzar the king. To all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied to you. I thought it good to declare the signs and wonders that the Most High God has worked for me. Wow. Okay, this is Justin. I can expound on that here in a little bit after this. I would love to talk about it. But in Daniel chapter 4, you're seeing the king address the people, he said, I thought it good to declare the signs and wonders that the Most High God has worked for me. I want to give you a testimony about what he's done for me. Do you see what he's doing here? This is the king of the world addressing the people, letting the common folk, the laymen of the world, into his personal world about what the Most High God has done for himself. That is very interesting. That is awesome. I think it's so neat how the king of the world is writing his people saying, here's what the Most High God has done for me. Wow. Verse 3. Also acknowledge at this time that he is what most people would have referred to as a pagan king, because of, he did not worship the God of Israel. Is a pagan king acknowledging the real living God, and he's talking to a pagan world, primarily a pagan world. So that's kind of the idea here. So you have the king giving his testimony to the people, and he wants to tell people about how he thought it was good to declare the signs and wonders that the Most High God has worked for me. So it's almost like he's like, hey, I want to come up to you and I want to tell you what he's done for me. I want to tell you what he did for me. That's what he's saying here. In verse 3, it says, how great are his signs and how mighty his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation. All right, so in verse 3, that should ring a bell for you guys. Hopefully it does. In verse 3, it says, his kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. So let's go back to chapter 2. Somewhere in chapter 2 it says that. I want to say it's at the end of it. So, okay, is kingdom? Okay. So in Daniel chapter 2, verse 44, it says, and in the days of these kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people. It shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. That is in Daniel chapter 2, verse 44. So now we are in Daniel chapter 4, verse 3, and it says, how great are his signs and how mighty his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. He is acknowledging who the Most High God is. And his dominion is from generation to generation. Okay, so now we're moving on into the body of the letter. And it says this, I, Nebuchadnezzar, again, we are acknowledging who is writing this chapter. There's no doubt. He is acknowledging it. In verse 4, I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and the thoughts on my bed and the visions of my head troubled me. Therefore I issued a decree to bring in all the wise men of Babylon before me, that they might make known to me the interpretation of the dream. Here we go again. Here we go again. He has a dream, and he brings in all of his boys into his place, and he's like, I need you guys to interpret this. It's almost like he didn't learn his lesson the first time, right? Like, we already know these guys can't interpret the dream. Why don't you just call Daniel in here, right? Anyways, so he calls in all of his guys that they might make known to me the interpretation of the dream. Verse 7, then the magicians, the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers came in, and I told them the dream. It's interesting because when you go back to chapter 2, he threatened them saying, you tell me the dream, and then you also tell me the interpretation. I'm reading New King James, Courtney. But in chapter 4 here, he is now telling them the dream, and that is interesting. It's almost like he's conflicted on what he's believing. He's being pulled in between, like, do I believe this? Do I believe this? Who's the real God? He's influenced by all these other people, and he still decided to have these magicians, the astrologers, the Chaldeans, the soothsayers, all these guys who he gave a decree in chapter 2 to get murdered. They are still around, and he told them the dream, it says. I told them the dream in verse 7, but they did not make known to me its interpretation. Here we go in verse 8, and it says, but at last Daniel came before me. It's so funny to me. It says, but at last, like he was in his mind, he was like, I got to make a decree to make all these guys feel good about themselves. So I'm going to involve all of you. But really, I just wanted one of you guys. It's kind of like when a group of people, everybody's doing the right thing, but one person messes up. And so your boss sends out an email saying, hey guys, you guys are doing good. I just want to make sure you don't do this. I'm not singling anybody out, but that guy, like, you know what I'm saying? He's involving everybody, but then in verse 8 it says, but at last Daniel came before me. You can just feel like this, yes, my guy is here. You can start to see this bond, right? Like he is the king of the world. King Nebuchadnezzar is almost relieved when Daniel shows up. In verse 8, but at last Daniel came before me. His name Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God. In him is the spirit of the holy God. Also very interesting, because in verse 8 it says but at last Daniel. So I need you to understand. Let's bring it back into the context and perspective here. King Nebuchadnezzar is writing this letter. He's writing this letter to the world, and he says, but at last Daniel. Now, nobody knows who Daniel is. Daniel, who's Daniel? It goes on to say his name is Belteshazzar. Daniel was his Hebrew name. And so I find it very interesting that the king of the world of Babylon did not address Daniel by his Babylonian name. It's almost like he respected him enough by referring to him as how he arrived in Babylon, right? So he was a captive brought from Judah in chapter 1. And he was given a Babylonian name. And you have King Nebuchadnezzar addressing the world saying, but at last Daniel. It would have made so much more sense saying, but at last Belteshazzar showed up, because everybody knows who Belteshazzar is. Nobody knows who Daniel is. They're the same person. Daniel is Belteshazzar. Belteshazzar is Daniel. But Belteshazzar is the Babylonian name, and the king of Babylon doesn't address him as with his Babylonian name. I find that very interesting. So in verse 8, but at last Daniel came before me. His name is Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God. In him is the spirit of the holy God. And I told the dream before him, saying, Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians. Now, if you have your Bible out, I would kind of highlight or put like parentheses around chief of the magicians, because that is the title of Daniel here. And that's going to come into play when we get to Daniel chapter 6, I think. But in verse 9 it says, Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy God is in you, and no secret troubles you. Explain to me the visions of my dream that I have seen and its interpretation. So he has no doubt, right? Like he has all these guys show up and they're like, we can't do it. We suck. And then he says, Daniel, he's like, at last Daniel shows up, and you can just like see like, oh, thank heavens. Like he shows up and he says, because I know that the spirit of the holy God is in you. Like I know this. Explain to me these visions of my dreams that I have seen and its interpretations. In verse 10, these were the visions of my head while on my bed. I was looking, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. The tree grew and became strong. Its height reached to the heavens, and it could be seen to the ends of all the earth. Its leaves were lovely, its fruit abundant, and in it was food for all. The beasts of the field found shade under it. The birds of the heaven dwelt in its branches, and all flesh was fed from it. I saw in the visions of my head while on my bed, and there was a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven. He cried aloud and said thus, chop down the tree and cut off its branches, strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Let the beasts get out from under it and the birds from its branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump and roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze. And the tender grass of the field, let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let him graze with the beasts on the earth, on the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from that of a man. Let him be given the heart of a beast, and let 7 times pass over him. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. I'm going to go back a little bit, because I think this is important to understand to follow the flow of this. So in verse 11 to verse 14, you see that this is clearly talking about this tree. Like it's a tree. Like it's a thing. It's a tree. But then you get to verse 15 and 16, and I want you to just underline the word him, his, and him in verse 15 and 16, because it says it transfers the spotlight from the tree, and now it's recognizing this tree as a him, and it says in verse 15, it says, and let him graze with the beasts on the grass of the earth. In verse 16, let his heart be changed from that of a man, let him be given the heart of a beast. So we are talking about a tree that was flourishing. Then this tree, this holy one, comes down, which a lot of people theorize that this is an angel of sorts, comes down. And it says to chop down the tree and cut off its branches, strip its leaves, scatter its fruit. So this tree is representing King Nebuchadnezzar, right? We don't know that yet. We're going to learn that here in a second, but spoiler alert, this is talking about King Nebuchadnezzar. So it's a tree, and then it turns from a tree to him, and now we're getting an idea that this tree is representing a person, and that can be found. That's an idiom throughout Scripture. You can find that a couple times, I think, in Jeremiah and some other places. But this tree is a him. It's a person. So who is this guy? But whatever this tree was, it fed the entire earth, and now you're seeing it getting cut down, and now you're seeing this tree being represented as a him. And then it goes on and it says, and let 7 times pass over him. When you see the word 7 times there, again, there's that 7. He wanted to heat up the furnace 7 times hotter. But here in verse 16, at the end of verse 16, it says, let 7 times pass over him. Again, another 7. But 7 times, you can write right above the word times, you can just say 7 years, because that is referring to 7 years. It is a type of time. So in let 7 times, or let 7 years pass over him. So then we get to verse 17, and it says this decision is by the decree of the watchers, and the sentence by the word of the holy ones, in order that the living may know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men. Gives it to whomever he will, and sets over it the lowest of men. So this is interesting. In verse 17, we get the what and we get the why. So what is it? In verse 17, this decision is by decree of the watchers, and the sentence by the word of the holy ones. Why? In order that the living may know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men. Now, this is encouraging also to apply to our world today, right? Because we like to think of all the power players, all of the elites of the world, right? There are all kinds of elites. You have Klaus Schwab, you have Yuval Noah Harari, you have Bill Gates, you have all of these other names that I'm just going to get banned for saying. But these guys are ruling the world. You have the cabal. You have all of these things that are happening behind the scenes. Now, you see the main players on the board, like the chess pieces, like the presidents and the people in the spotlight that they want you to see. But there are forces beyond those, and then there are forces beyond those. And so that's what's important to understand. And in verse 17, it says that this decision is by decree of the watchers, and the sentence by the word of the holy ones, in order that the living may know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, gives it to whomever he will, and sets over it the lowest of men. It's interesting, and it's important to understand that we're always protected. Like, he's got everything in control. This is so important to understand. There's nothing that surprises him. There's things that surprise you and I all the time, like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is happening. What's going on? Look over here, look over here. That's what the world is doing. But that's not what God is doing. He knew the end from the beginning when he flung the world into existence. He knew it all. And that's amazing and comforting to understand and to know. But I need you to know it. But it's also interesting in verse 18, as we continue on, it says, this dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now you Belteshazzar, or Daniel, he's talking to Daniel. Now you, Belteshazzar, declare its interpretation, since all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known to me the interpretation, but you are able, for the spirit of the holy God is in you. That is what I want somebody to see when they see me. I want somebody to come up to me and be like, I have a question, and I know you probably have some kind of information for me because I know the Spirit of God is in you. Wow, what an amazing compliment. I mean, there are some compliments that you guys can get as you go about your day, like, hey, your child is so good, or hey, you did such a good job on the presentation, or hey, you were so good when you did this. I want this kind of compliment. I want somebody to come up to me and be like, because I know you are able, for the Spirit of the Holy God is in you. Wow. What an unbelievable thing to consider. But also what I want to focus on here is that remember that this is a decree that King Nebuchadnezzar is writing down himself, and he's sending it out to the world in his domain. And it's interesting because he's throwing his magicians and wise men and Chaldeans and soothsayers and sorcerers, he's throwing all of them under the bus here in verse 18. Read it again. It says, this dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now you, Daniel, declare its interpretation, since all these guys can't do it. He threw them under the bus. He's throwing them under the bus. So he's letting this known to his people. That's interesting. And he's also giving Daniel a pat on the back and acknowledging that the Spirit of the Holy God is in him. Cool. So then we get to verse 19. And this is where we get to the interpretation of the dream. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. It says in verse 19, then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar. It's interesting. Again, remember, King Nebuchadnezzar is writing this. He says, then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar. It's almost like it's interesting that he's doing the back and forth, Daniel and Belteshazzar. Was astonished for a time, and his thoughts troubled him. It's interesting because Daniel understands what this dream means. And the reason that we know that he understands is if you go back to Daniel chapter 1, just to remember where we're at. Go to Daniel chapter 1, verse 17. Daniel chapter 1, verse 17 says this. As for these four young men, Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, as for these four young men, God gave them knowledge and skill in all literature and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. So when he hears this dream, now understand that he didn't have to go. It's interesting because we get a little insight. When he had to understand the dream before King Nebuchadnezzar, when King Nebuchadnezzar didn't tell him before in chapter 2, and he was killing all of his wise men because nobody could tell him what the dream was, Daniel had to go before the Lord and pray for the revealing of whatever the dream was that King Nebuchadnezzar had. And then it was revealed to Daniel through prayer, right? So God allowed Daniel to see that. Here in chapter 4, the prayer is given to Daniel right off the bat, and Daniel recognizes it right away, which is very interesting. He understood it real time. So it's like we're having a conversation. I tell you what I have, and right away you can see like a somber face come over Daniel because he's sad about what he understands the dream to be, because it clicks with him right away because of chapter 1, verse 17. And so in verse 19 of chapter 4, it says, then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, was astonished for a time, and his thoughts troubled him. So the king spoke and said to Belteshazzar, do not let the dream or its interpretation trouble you. Belteshazzar answered and said, my lord, may the dream concern those who hate you, and its interpretations concern your enemies. What he's saying here is he's wishing that this dream was not for the king. He's wishing it was for his enemies. In verse 20, it says, the tree that you saw, which grew and became strong, whose height reached to the heavens, and which could be seen by all the earth, whose leaves were lovely, and its fruit abundant, and which was food for all, under which the beasts of the field dwelt, and in whose branches the birds of the heaven had their home. It is you, O king, who have grown and become strong, for your greatness has grown and reaches to the heavens, and your dominion to the end of the earth. And inasmuch as the king saw a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven and saying, chop down the tree and destroy it, but leave its stump and roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze in the tender grass of the field, let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let him graze with the beasts of the field till 7 times pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king, and this is the decree of the Most High, which has come upon my lord the king. They shall drive you from men. Your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, and they shall make you eat grass like oxen. They shall wet you with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over you, 7 years, till you know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men and gives it to whomever he chooses. Okay, so we're seeing a lot here, and we're not done with it, but Daniel's giving him this dream. He's giving him the interpretation, and he's telling him that this king, he's talking to King Nebuchadnezzar. He's like, you're going to go out into the field. This tree is you. You're going to be like a beast. Now, I don't know how the king actually took this, but I'm sure he probably took it as it was like a type of a metaphor. But we're going to find out. But it's interesting at the end of verse 25, it says, till you know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men and gives it to whomever he chooses. So again, you're seeing a type of pride and ego with this king of the world, right? Again, King Nebuchadnezzar. You see the dream interpreted in Daniel chapter 2. You see what we just covered in Daniel chapter 3, where he went against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and now he has a dream again. It's like he's being sought after, and he's being focused by the Holy Spirit. He is going after this guy, and he's like, I am God. I am God. Know who I am. And so that's what's almost happening in a sense, because at the end of verse 25 it says, till you know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men. Like King Nebi, it is not about you, man. It's not about you. You need to recognize the Most High rules in the kingdom of men and gives it to whomever he chooses. In verse 26 it says, and inasmuch as they gave the command to leave the stump and roots of the tree, your kingdom shall be assured to you after you come to know that heaven rules. Therefore, O king, let my advice be acceptable to you. Break off your sins by being righteous, and your iniquities by showing mercy to the poor. Get this. Perhaps there may be a lengthening of your prosperity. Okay, so we're going to stop there for a second, because King Nebuchadnezzar is having these dreams and whatnot, and thankfully Daniel is there to reveal the interpretation of the dreams. And he tells him that he's going to have these, he's going to be out be like a beast of the earth, right? Until he recognizes that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men. And then in verse 26 it says, inasmuch as they gave the command to leave the stump and roots of the tree, your kingdom shall be assured to you after you come to know that heaven rules. And so what he's saying there is, you're going to go out into the world for 7 years like a beast. But that stump, that's representing that your stump, you're still going to be able to, you're still there. You're cut off, but you're not dead. And so he's being cut off he's turned into a stump, and then his kingdom's going to be given back to him after those 7 years. And so that's exactly what we're going to see. But verse 27 is very interesting, because at the end of it, he says, perhaps there may be a lengthening of your prosperity. And so I really like the analogy that my dad told me one time, long time ago. He's like, you know those guys in the movies where you see, like, right when you are introduced to these guys, you almost know that they're going to be one of the first people to die. If you're watching one of those type of movies where people die left and right, you're like, that guy doesn't seem like he has a very important role in this movie. And so, sure enough, you watch like 15 minutes into it, and then all of a sudden, boom, that guy's dead, that guy's dead, that guy's dead. And you're like, he must not have been that important for the movie, right? Like, and so it's important. So in this context, what my point is bringing up that movie is that it's important to be an essential crewman. So what are you doing for the Lord, right? And so that's my question to you. Hello, Wendy. When he says, perhaps there may be a lengthening of your prosperity, guys, I don't know how things are going to play out for you or how things are going to play out for me, but you can make a solid case that your days may be lengthened if you are living them for the Lord. Because he might want to keep you around longer because you're doing things for him and you're furthering his kingdom, and that's what he wants you to do. Yeah, and I know there's some other verses about that out in the Bible too, but the idea is to be an essential crewman. May I ask if your dad was a famous pastor in his name? If he was, nope, not a famous pastor. Just a pastor. Great guy. I get a ton of information off of him. But in verse 27, that's the idea here. So it's really interesting. But we're going to continue on. In verse 28, though, it says, all this came upon King Nebuchadnezzar. So he hears the interpretation, right? He hears this interpretation. He's like, okay, I got it. Thanks. But then in verse 29, it says this. So we're getting a little timeline here. So you have a face-to-face with Daniel and King Nebuchadnezzar. They have the interaction, the conversation, and then it's done for 12 months. 12 months go by. Verse 29. At the end of 12 months, so now we're a whole year into the future after this conversation happened. Daniel interprets the dream. The king is like, all right, thanks. And then a year later, now we're here. Okay, so keep that in mind. That's the timeline. Verse 29, it says this. At the end of the 12 months, he was walking about the royal palace of Babylon. The king spoke, saying, is not this great Babylon that I have built for a royal dwelling by my mighty power and for the honor of my majesty? Underline each one of those my's. Underline it. Underline where it says that I have built for a royal dwelling for my mighty power and for the honor of my majesty. This is insanely prideful. I can't even, can you just feel the arrogance of this guy, especially after everything he's gone through? Think about it. Daniel chapter 1, he sees these little teenagers come up before him, and he's like, you guys are my guys, and he puts them in position, right? Daniel chapter 2, he has this dream, and he starts killing all of his guys because nobody can tell him the dream, but then Daniel shows up and interprets it for him and tells him what the dream was, and then King Nebuchadnezzar himself recognizes that Daniel's God is the God of gods, and then in Daniel chapter 3, he throws Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego into a fiery furnace because they didn't bow down to his God, and then he brings them out of the furnace, and then he says, your God is the God of gods, and anybody who talks bad about him, I'm going to cut him into pieces. So you're seeing he's being pulled in all kinds of ways. He's like, yes, I understand you're the God, but I go back to myself. Yes, I understand he's the God, but I keep going back to me. That's what's going on here. And so in verse 30, it's very apparent that he is saying he is all about himself, and it's almost, you can't really blame him, because in a sense, he is the God of the world, right? Like, he is top of the pyramid here in this time. He is Babylon, the superpower. But this is insanely prideful. Let's go to Proverbs 6 real fast. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. We're going to talk about some things in Proverbs for a second. In Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, it says this. These 6 things the Lord hates. Thanks, CJ. These 6 things the Lord hates. Yes, 7 are an abomination to him. A proud look. The very first thing. A lying tongue. Hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift in running to evil, a false witness who speaks lies, and one who sows discord among brethren. Remember, don't cause division. But it's interesting, in verse 17, it says the very first thing is a proud look. Pride, right? He hates pride. If you are here at all, you know, you know that I've said many times, love the things that God loves. Hate the things that he hates. But you can't do that unless you know who he is, and you need to study him. And that's why I'm like, go to the book of John. Dive into that and just marinate in there for a little bit, because there's so much there, and you could get to know it's a face-to-face with Jesus, and you get to know him intimately in that book. But in Daniel chapter 4, verse 30, you start to see this complete arrogance sweep over him, and look at me, 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 me. And then when you read Proverbs 6:16, verse 7 and 17 and 18 and 19, he's like, these 6 things the Lord hate, yes, 7 are an abomination to him. A proud look, the very first one. Then let's go to Proverbs 16. Proverbs 16, verse 5. Let's figure this out. Proverbs 16, verse 5. And in Proverbs 16, verse 5, it says this: everyone proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord. Though they join forces, none will go unpunished. Everyone proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord. Wow. Humility, right? Think about Jesus, right? That's why I say go study the book of John, because you get to see this humility. It was almost way too much humility. I mean, think about what they did to him when they crucified him on the cross. Like, there's always a picture of him with like a towel covering his midsection. That's not how it was. There was no towel. He was naked on that cross. That was as much humiliation. It was as humble as you could possibly be, right? Like, he was out there. Everyone proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord. And then when you go to Proverbs 16, verse 18, it says, pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. I'm sure you're familiar with that. That's one that we all know, right? Pride. God hates pride. Everyone proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord. And I'm sure you guys might know somebody in your world. Thanks, Courtney. I'm sure you guys might know somebody in your world who just kind of walks around with their nose up in the air. Like, oh, where are you? I can't see you all the way down there. No, look, like, that is what is going on. Like, no. How was Jesus born? Where was he born? He was born in a manger. What? He could have chose to be born in a palace and have all of the rulers of the world surround him. No, he was born lowly. That is what you need to be. Less of me, more of him. That is the whole point. You are not it, guys. It is not about you. Not about you at all. He loves you. You are worth dying for, absolutely. But it's not about you. It's about him. So that is very important to understand. But let's also go to 1 Corinthians chapter 4. First Corinthians chapter 4, verse 6. 1 Corinthians 4, verse 6 and 7. It says this: now these things, brethren, I have figuratively transferred to myself and Apollos for your sakes, that you may learn in us not to think beyond what is written, that none of you may be puffed up on behalf of one against the other. For who makes you differ from another? And what do you have that you did not receive? Now if you did indeed receive it, why do you boast as if you had not received it? Wow. Guys, I want to focus on this for a second. In verse 7, 1 Corinthians 4, verse 7, it says, "For who makes you differ from another, and what do you have that you did not receive? Now if you did indeed receive it, why do you boast as if you had not received it?" I mean, right when I saw this, I immediately applied it into like the world out there, right? Because like on TikTok, that's where a lot of people get their information and information. There are so many people out there who are saying, "Look at me, look at me, look at me. I have the answers. I know, I know, I know." And they're like saying, I stumbled upon this all by myself. And look at me, look at me, look at me. And it's such a prideful kind of approach when there's nothing new under the sun, first off. Like, there's nothing new. But these people are almost like rejoicing in themselves when they're giving some news. And it's just like, what are you doing, man? Like, and I understand it though, so I can't fault them, because there is a sense, like, when you look at anybody who is anybody, think about it. Like, I don't even know. I don't have anybody to explain or use it as an analogy here, but some celebrity who was a nobody, right? He or she started out, they wanted to be an actor, and nobody even knew their name, and they were probably really fun and like cool to be around. But then once they got big and blew up, now all of a sudden they're like me, and it's because there's 10 million people that follow them on MySpace or whatever. It's interesting to see that kind of stuff. Their world completely changes upside down because they get puffed up. Puffed up means pride, and when you look at the word leaven in the Bible, that's why it's the feast of the unleavened bread. Unleavened means that there's no leaven. The leaven is what puffs it up. That's why it's the feast of the unleavened bread. It was thin. There was nothing there. It's no pride. We don't want pride. Leaven puffs up. And so that's what's talking here. People are getting so pride in who they are because they have 10 million people that follow them. And that's so relatable. And that's why people need to keep themselves in check and grounded to the world, or I'm sorry, grounded to the word, because that's reality. If you stay close here, you will always keep in mind that you are a sinner just like everybody else. And even though there are people who respect what you say and follow you along and look for you for wisdom or guidance, you can get lost in that world of pride, and then pride sets in, and then you start thinking you're all it when you forgot where you came from. And that is a dangerous, dangerous road. So it's important to stay anchored here. This is it. And that is so important to understand. But let's go to Philippians chapter 2. Philippians chapter 2, verse 3. I'm sorry, Philippians chapter 2, verse 2 through 4. Philippians chapter 2, verse 2 through 4. It says, "Fulfill my joy, being like-minded, having the same love, being of one accord, of one mind." Verse 3, "Let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind. Let each esteem others better than himself." I mean, if there's something that would be very, very difficult to do, it's that right there. I'm telling you what. But let's read verse 4. It says, "Let each of you look out not only for his own interest, but also for the interest of others." I mean, verse 3, though, "Let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself." I mean, do you do that? Because I don't do that all the time. I have done it, but I don't do it all the time. I'm all about me. I want to, like, me, right? Like, it takes so much work to make it not about you. But the more you're in the Word, the more perspective you gain. Right now, if you're not a Christian, you literally have a blindfold on and you're running into every wall in the room. You're just bang, bang, bang. That's what's going on. If you're a baby in the faith, if you're a little baby in the faith, you don't know anything, you have a little keyhole that you're looking through, and you don't really know what's going on out there. You're just kind of wandering around with barely any vision whatsoever. If you're a teenager in the faith, you have your eyes kind of squinting, you can kind of see. If you're an adult in the faith, your eyes are wide open and you can see the world for how it is because you're looking at it through a biblical lens, and that is what you need to strive to be. So let's read on, though. In Philippians chapter 2, verse 5, it says, "Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus." Verse 6, "Who being in the form of God did not consider it robbery to be equal with God, but made himself of no reputation." Wow! Jesus came and made himself of no reputation. That is insane. You would think the opposite, right? Because you're looking at yourself. You're thinking, how would I do it? If I was going to make an appearance, I would want to like have my best suit. I would want to look nice. I want to get my hair all did, all kinds of stuff. And then I want to show up on time and I want to be like, yeah, look at me. And I want to have a dude make an announcement. Hello, Ryan is entering the room. Like something like that. Like that's what you would do because you want all eyes on you. Jesus did not do that. He showed up and he made himself of no reputation, taking the form of a bond servant and coming in the likeness of men. That is how you need to be. That is how I need to be. Wow. That is what, I just can't get over it. In verse 8, though, it says, "And being found in appearance as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even the death of the cross." Wow. Okay. Last one, though. Just speaking on pride, let's go to James 4:13. James chapter 4, verse 13. And to the end of the chapter. James 4:13 to the end of the chapter, it says this: "Come now, you who say, 'Today or tomorrow we will go to such and such a city, spend a year there, buy and sell and make a profit.' Whereas you do not know what will happen tomorrow, for what is your life? It is even a vapor that appears for a little time and then vanishes away. Instead, you ought to say, 'If the Lord wills, we shall live and do this or that.' But now you boast in your arrogance. All such boasting is evil. Therefore, to him who knows to do good and does not do it, to him it is sin." And that's very revealing because, first off, we were talking about pride and boasting, right? This is all connecting to King Nebuchadnezzar being very prideful and arrogant. We're getting different versions of it throughout the Bible. But it says, to him who knows to do good and does it not, to him is evil, or to him is sin, which that implies that there are people who are Christian people out there. It implies the inverse of that is saying that there are people out there who could do the same thing that I do, and for them it might not be sin because they don't know. And so for me, like, if I know that I should do this and I don't do it, that's sin for me. But if you do it, but you don't know that it is the right thing to do, it's not going to be accounted against you. And so it's important to understand he knows how to judge. It's a perfectly just and a perfectly merciful God. And we've unpacked that analogy before, but it's a beautiful picture. How do you be a perfectly just God and a perfectly merciful God? You can't do that, right? Like, in a human form, you can't do it because a perfect just God would give you everything you deserve as a punishment. You broke this law, you deserve death. That would be perfectly just. A perfectly merciful God would say, hey, you know what? You did this, but I'm not going to punish you. I'm going to let you go this time. I'm going to let you go this time. I'm going to let you go this time. That would be a perfectly merciful God. But being a perfectly just and a perfectly merciful God is so hard to wrap your mind around, but he can do that. So it's important to understand that there's different categories there as far as sin, because you could do something wrong and it could be sin for you, but it might not be for me because I might not know. And so it's important to understand that. So be careful when you look upon other people in your world because they might not know. And so that's why love is so important. Love is that bridge to reach somebody else and share with them the gospel and reach them, meet them where they're at. But we're back in Daniel chapter 4. And what we just unpacked was a whole bunch of different pride. You learned what happened about in Proverbs, Proverbs 6. You learned what God hates. We named all of those things that he hates, and the very first thing was pride. He hates it. Why does he hate it? Well, if you go to Isaiah 14, Isaiah 14 talks about the 5 I wills of Lucifer, and it was basically, I will ascend above the Most High. I will make my throne. I will do this. I will do this. I will do this. Lucifer is saying he's going to be everything and all that and a bag of chips. He's going to do those things, and he's putting himself above the Most High. Pride. That's why God hates pride, because of that's why Lucifer fell. Lucifer was beautiful, amazing, right? Like he was above all of he was the cherub that covers. That is how the Bible describes him. And then you can get more from, you can learn more about Lucifer in Ezekiel 28, I think. So Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28. So anyways, this is all talking about pride. So going back to the context here of chapter 4, King Nebuchadnezzar has this dream. Daniel interprets the dream for him. He's saying, King, you are this tree. You're going to eat like a beast. You're going to be like the oxen. You're going to do this for 7 years. And the king says, okay, now we are a year into the future. And a year into the future, the king is walking about saying in verse 30, is not this great Babylon that I have built for a rolling dwelling place for my mighty power and for the honor of my majesty? Verse 31, while the word was still in the king's mouth, a voice fell from heaven. King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is spoken, the kingdom has departed from you. And they shall drive you from men, and your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make you eat grass like oxen, and 7 times shall pass over you, until you know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, and gives it to whomever he chooses. That very hour the word was fulfilled concerning Nebuchadnezzar. He was driven from men and ate grass like oxen. His body was wet with the dew of heaven till his hair had grown like eagle's feathers and his nails like the bird's claws. And at the end of the time, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes to heaven, and my understanding returned to me. And I blessed the Most High and praised and honored him who lives forever. For his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. He does according to his will in the army of heaven, and among the inhabitants of the earth, no one can restrain his hand or say to him, what have you done? Thank you, Stacy, for that. But it's important to understand. So when Daniel was interpreting the dream, King Nebuchadnezzar heard it, and it didn't matter. It's crazy that after everything that King Nebuchadnezzar went through with Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and all of the things, the signs, the wonders, he even saw somebody with a form like the Son of God, and he still had this arrogance about him. And it's easy for people like you and I to be like, how could he do that? Look at that guy. I can't believe it. Like, oh man, boo, right? Like, that's what we want to do. When we hear these stories, that's how we think, because we're looking at somebody else. This is you. This is me. This is you and I. We are prideful. If we need to understand that, we need to focus on lowering ourselves, because whether you admit it or not, we all have a sense of pride. And it's important to like almost go easy on him and all the other people like that are in this kind of context, because it doesn't matter whether they're the king of the world or the king of the most, like, or the king of Babylon or whatever, but this has a personal application, right? Like, there is a personal application here. First off, I need to know what to kind of guard myself on. I need to guard myself on pride. We just went through Proverbs 6, verse 16 and 19, and we saw the things that God hates. I hope you guys wrote that verse down, because that shows you what he hates. And if you understand what he hates, memorize that and remember it, because it will be almost like a red flag right when something pops in your mind about doing this or doing that. Like, I don't want to do anything about what he hates. I don't want to do that. I want to stay away from that. Now, I'm going to fall. I'm going to fail. I'm going to mess up. I'm a hot mess, right? We all are. But we need to work at it, and we need to focus on doing it and be better and better and better and build upon our knowledge and learn and be more Christ-like. Christian, right? Be Christ-like. I want to be more like him, and that's why we need to study the things that he loves and study the things that he hates. And so that way we can program our brains and live that way. Thank you, Lynn. So it's interesting because in verse 34, okay, in verse 28 through 33, all of these things happened. It's all done. Like this voice came from the heavens and it said this is going to happen, and then it said it was fulfilled in that very hour in verse 33. So he lived 7 years like an actual beast in the fields, eating like the oxen. He did this thing. Like, this was not a metaphor as he might have taken it. So Daniel gives him the interpretation earlier in the chapter, and then a year goes on and he forgot, or he almost didn't think it was going to happen, or he's like, I'm the king, nobody can touch me. He felt invincible, or whatever you want to fill in there. But then one day he's walking about and he's got his, you can just imagine the vibe. He's walking around like looking at his kingdom. He's like, look at what I'm amazing. Yeah. Like, let's go. Go me. Yeah. So that's what he's doing. But that's what he did. And then in that very hour, it was fulfilled. And so he lived for 7 years in the field. And so that's that tree, right? You see this massive tree that was flourishing, feeding all of the things that needed to be fed. And then it was cut down, and now there's a stump. So now that's him. He's not dead, but now he's out in the field eating like a beast. For 7 years he's doing this. I need you to understand, this is the king of the world, essentially. You could label him that way. He is the king of the world, eating out of the fields like a beast. God Almighty did that to the king of the world, who was a man. Now, I want you to understand, there were arguably millions of people who were terrified of King Nebuchadnezzar. Millions of people who were terrified of him. And then just like that, God humbles him and puts him down, and he's eating like an oxen, like a beast, for 7 years. And then in verse 34, that's huge, by the way. That is massive. Wow. The most powerful man on the world, on the planet, just got humbled big time. Didn't matter that he had the biggest army in the world, that he had the tallest walls in all of the world, the strongest. He actually had 2 walls. Like, there's an outer wall and then another wall that was in case. It was like impregnable kind of city, the capital, Babylon, Shinar, whatever you want to. He was untouchable, but he got messed up and he got humbled. And so when you get to verse 34, it says, and at the end of the time, I, Nebuchadnezzar, so now it's already been done. Now he's looking back on those 7 years, because now his mind came back to him and his understanding came back. I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes to heaven, and my understanding returned to me, and I blessed the Most High and praised and honored him who lives forever. I need you to understand, this whole chapter is written by King Nebuchadnezzar himself, written by the king of the world, of the superpower of the world during this time, and he is giving his personal testimony to you and I, and it is unbelievable. You get to look back in history and see his perspective, see what he saw, his experience with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, with Daniel, all the things that he experienced, and he still was puffed up, and then he was humbled very, very quickly. And then after his understanding returned to him, the very first thing that it says that he did says, "And I blessed the Most High and praised him and honored him." And this is what I want you to understand. We are learning from these people's experiences, right? But what I want you to do right now is imagine if you could zoom out from your body right now and see what you look like in your spiritual form. First off, are you a son of God or are you a son of Adam? There's a very distinct difference there, and I need you to understand that. You need to be a son of God. You don't want to be a son of Adam. But if you could zoom out and see yourself right now, what do you look like? Are you armed with the full armor of God? Are you doing this kind of stuff, or are you an easy target? And so King Nebuchadnezzar, I think we're going to see him in heaven. If you're a Christian right now, you could make a good argument that we're going to see him in heaven. And that's interesting to think about. We're going to see him because he comes to after these 7 years, and he blessed the Most High God, and he praised him, and he honored him and who lives forever. You can just understand where he's coming from, because he went from I'm the coolest person ever to I am a beast of the earth who is literally eating of the fields for 7 years. He didn't have his kingdom for those 7 years. He was out and about. He was doing his thing, doing like weird kind of stuff. And so he comes to, and then he comes back and retakes his kingdom for a short time. That's what we're going to get to here. Verse 36. At the same time my reason returned to me, and for the glory of my kingdom, my honor and splendor returned to me. Remember, that stump was not him getting killed. It was him just being taken out of the picture for those 7 years. And now he's coming back into play. It says, my honor and splendor returned to me. My counselors and nobles resorted to me. I was restored to my kingdom, and excellent majesty was added to me. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, all of whose works are truth, and his ways justice. And those who walk in pride he is able to put down. Wow. This is very important to understand. I need you to remember that this whole chapter was a letter that the king himself, the king of the world, sent out to his people, letting them in on how he got humiliated. This king was probably didn't want to show any weakness to the people under him, because that's just how leadership is. They don't complain down, they complain up. But he's the top dude, so he doesn't have anybody to complain to or to gripe or whatever. He is the top dog. But then you see him say, look at me, 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 me. Boom, he gets humbled. Once he comes to, he is letting all of his people know what he just went through. And at the end of it, he's telling people, this is the King of heaven, and his ways are justice. He doesn't call God out and say, that was completely uncalled for. I don't know why you felt like you could do that to me. How dare you? He doesn't do that. He comes to, and he's like, I was wrong. I was wrong. We can get all kinds of insight from that kind of stuff. It's the same concept when you think about the rich man in the book of Matthew, the rich man and Lazarus. When they both die, the rich man is in Hades, Lazarus is with Abraham in paradise. And the rich man never once says, why am I here? I don't deserve to be here. How could you throw me here? So there's a level of understanding, and he just cries out and he says, can you please just put a drop of water on my tongue? He understands. King Nebuchadnezzar understands. They have these perspectives that you and I don't have. We have the ability to understand them, but are you going to accept them is the question. Are you going to take this and apply it to your life and change? Or are you going to say, that was really good. I like how he said that. That was really nice. You know, he's kind of funny. No, I hope you don't. I hope you understand that this is about, there's personal application here. So that's what's going on. Understand the bird's eye view. This is the king of the world sending a letter to all of his people, letting them inside his very personal experience with God Almighty. And he was basically, in a sense, pointing his whole empire to God of heaven. the King of Heaven, as he labeled it in verse 37, the King of Heaven. So I think we'll see him in heaven one day if you are a Christian, and that's going to be pretty cool. I'm going to go up to him and be like, were you were you jumping around like an ox, or like, did you ever eat a frog? Like, what'd you do while you were, like, was your hair like feathers? Like, that's weird, dude. Your hair, like, it's interesting that we're going to see him one day. If I had to guess, no, that's all speculation. You never really know. But since he came to and he praised and glorified the Lord, I think you can make a strong argument that he came to know the God of Israel. So very, very neat stuff. So that's where we're done. We're gonna be done there. That took a minute to go over, but hopefully that was good for you guys. Oh yeah, Deidre. Wendy. How's work going? A few seconds. Oh man, it's really neat. We're gonna go through chapter 5 and chapter 6 tomorrow, if you guys are interested. And then we'll go through chapter 7 and chapter 8 on Friday, if you guys are interested in that. So, very, very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Sandy. Yeah. Hopefully this was, I don't know, helpful in some ways. I know those are all stories that you guys have all heard before, probably, but hopefully this shed a little different light on it in some way or another. But very, very neat stuff. Not fast enough. I'm tired. I hear that, Wendy. Too many Wendy's here. Oh yeah, there are two Wendy's. Wendy Lou and Wendy Lynn. Thank you always. Yeah, Katie, absolutely. Gotta keep hearing it. Yes, we'll be here for it. Awesome. Thanks. Cool. Yes, I'm interested. Blondie, hello. All the way in the back. Thank you so. Yeah, Jules, absolutely. Hello, Bird Dog. Hi. How are you? Candace, yes. God woke me up to hear this message. Thank you for being here and doing what you're doing. Chrissy, absolutely. Thanks for being here. And if you guys ever have any questions, I say this all the time. If you guys ever have any questions or thoughts or anything like that, feel free to shoot me a message. I love hearing from you guys and love talking to people about anything Bible or anything in the world or whatever. Thanks, Holly. But feel free. Like, I would love to hear from you. And I'm not just saying that like, oh, I'm not going to message him. He'll never message me back. No, I talk to a lot of people, and I always do love hearing from you guys. So, hi, Ryan. I missed a lot, but I'm so glad I'm here. I'm here and love you guys. Yeah, Wendy. Awesome. Is your study through Book of Revelation on your profile? Yeah, Chrissy Hart. The whole thing is up on YouTube. If you go to my TikTok profile, there's a link there. So you can just click on that link and it'll take you through all of them. If you want the condensed version of the Book of Revelation, just watch Revelation 22 if you didn't want to go through the entire thing. If you want an in-depth analysis, I would say go through it video by video. But if you want a nutshell version, I give a pretty in-depth recap of the entire book in Revelation chapter 22 video. Edward, what time? I normally go live around 11:15, 11:30ish p.m. Eastern time. The way you teach, break it down, helps me understand so much. Awesome, Jenna. Nice. This was awesome. I always learn a lot from you. Thanks. I hope to be on time tomorrow. Missed all but the last 15 minutes. Oh, shy. Okay. It'll be up. Are you a pastor? What's up, Steve? No, I'm not. I am just a student. Time after time after time, I'm just saying, take a look at the big picture. Ryan does message back, guys. He's awesome. Yeah, see, he absolutely does message back. Hey, Melissa, how are you? He will definitely message you back. Hello, I'm asking. They're not paying attention. Hello, I'm asking. They're not paying attention. What are you asking? I don't see everything on here. Awesome, Shystone. Awesome. Very cool. That's good. I'm good. Good. I'm good. I'm glad you're good. I still have this headache. Chosen one. I'm doing the thing. Not working. Have a good night, Chrissy. Thanks for being here. Yes, I would defend myself, but I wouldn't. Um, uh, Thank you. I enjoyed tonight. My first time. Look forward to your in-depth study. Yeah, Chrissy. Absolutely. Um, Thank you for being here. Good night, Jules. Have a good night. Hope hope to see you tomorrow. What's up, Melissa? Ryan. Yeah. Thanks, Blondie. Yeah. It's very thanks, Blondie. I appreciate that. What did I miss? Who doing with what? Sheesh. Who doing what with what? What are you talking about, Amanda? Can't. Oh man, is that supposed to work? Is what supposed to work? Thank you. Enjoy the study. We'll be back tomorrow night. Awesome, awesome. Why does someone need an innocence and death to pay for making a mistake? That's you can find the answers to that, Gene, in the book of Romans, and it's also demonstrated in the book of Genesis. Innocent blood, the parallel of the crucifixion. Right when Adam and Eve sinned, what was the first thing God did? Was He killed an animal and covered them with the blood of an innocent animal. And so He was basically doing a rehearsal for what Jesus would do 2,000 years into the future. Denomination. I'm just a Christian, man, but I go to a Baptist church, a independent Baptist. Do we have to be baptized? My Christian son says he doesn't feel called to be. It's interesting. That's an interesting question there, user. I don't know your name. But in order to go to heaven, you don't have to be baptized. That would be baptism is something that you would do physically, like so it would be something that you could like almost the idea of earning it in a sense, which is not the case. I always tell people it's like a baseball analogy: first base, second base, third base, and home plate. First base is Christ and Christ alone, understanding what He did, paid it in full. When He died on the cross, He said, "It is finished." It is a free gift. If salvation is a free gift, He is not willing that any should perish. So a perfect example of that is the thief on the cross right next to Jesus looked over to Him and said, "Lord, remember me." And He said, "Today you will be with me in paradise." That thief didn't have time to get off of that cross and go get baptized real quick and then go back up on the cross and then die. So he called upon the name of the Lord and he was saved. Jesus said, "Today you will be with me in paradise." So it's important to understand that. Now, should we get baptized? Yeah, because it's an outward display. You're letting everybody in your world know that you are now a follower of Jesus Christ. You want to walk in His footsteps, and so do what He did. Jesus got baptized, so I want to get baptized. And so you're going to try to be as Christ-like as you possibly can and mimic Him or imitate Him as much as you possibly can. And being baptized is another way that you can do that. It also lets everybody in your world know you're saying it out loud. You're not being embarrassed and hiding under your blanket at night saying, "I'm a Christian," like, no. When you're a Christian, you need to go out into the world and preach the gospel to every living creature. So when you get baptized, you're almost in a sense emboldened in a type, because you're like, you know what? Yeah, I am a Christian, and I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it out loud. Like, this is who I am. So it's also a sense of accountability, but it doesn't save you. Baptism does not save you. There are people out there, and I will let you know, there are people out there that say you need to be baptized and in order to go to heaven. I do not believe that at all, and I can back that up with a lot of scripture. I will die on that hill. I heard the thief on the cross with Jesus didn't die until the next day. I don't know, but I don't know the timeline as far as when they died. But they both he went to paradise with Jesus, Shiestem. Thanks, Angel. Angel, I appreciate that. Have a good night. Um, does that mean non-Christians can go to heaven too? Um, so that's an interesting question. Non non-Christians, I don't understand. Can you unpack that a little bit for me, Bellin? Does that mean non-Christians can go to heaven too? Um, when you accept Jesus as your personal Savior, as Lord, um, you become a Christian. So I don't understand the context. I don't think of that. What about baptism of the Holy Spirit? Yeah, when you become a Christian, you are the Holy Spirit, like he now dwells within you. So there's a difference between the baptism of the Holy Spirit, like the Holy Spirit now indwells in you. If you are not saved right now and you accept Christ into your life, the Holy Spirit now indwells within you. So he's living in there. Your body is now a tabernacle. Because if you look about, like in the Old Testament, they had a little tent that they put up, and that was a tabernacle. That's what they called it. That is where God dwelt. And then he's like, you know what? I need something other than a tent. And so they built him a temple. So that went from portable to a temple, and that temple was not able to be moved, but that is where he dwelt. The Bible says that the glory of the Lord filled the temple, so that all of the priests had to run out because they couldn't do anything because of all the glory of the Lord. That it was the Shekinah glory. But now, when you become a Christian now, the Holy Spirit indwells within you. So there's a difference between that kind of baptism and a water baptism. Yeah, hopefully that answered it for you. How do I get over the fear of eternity as a Christian? What's the fear, Lexia? The fear of eternity as a Christian. What's the fear? I am looking forward. I don't know what your fear is, Lexia, but I'm looking forward to it. And I think it really just comes down to your understanding and your knowledge. And so this is what this is. So your fear of eternity. If let's assume you are a Christian. Let's assume you are. Okay. If you are a Christian, it should be a joyous and only joyous thing to look forward to. We refer to it as our blessed hope. It is nothing but a wonderful thing. And so that's how I view it. But that is because I am smothering myself with this. Like I just want to just right in my face, right? Like bam. Like that is how I try to gain all of this and hide it in here and hide it in my heart, because now I have that assurance and I have the security. There are people out there who are babies in the faith, and you may be one of them, I don't know you, but let's say that there's a baby in the faith, somebody who just is a newborn Christian. I don't care how old they are. Let's say they're 100 years old, but they just accepted Christ, but they don't know anything else. There's going to be a lot of insecurities and thoughts and doubts and fears that come in to their world because they don't know the Bible. And so that's why it's so important to dive into the Word and memorize it and hide it in your heart, so that when those doubts and fears that Satan is trying to put little doubts and fears in your heart and in your mind, that you can fight them off with Scripture. And it's important because we learn a lot from Jesus, right? When Jesus walked through the desert, he walked there for those 40 days, and he didn't eat or drink, and he was quoting Scripture. It's really interesting that Jesus was quoting Scripture. So we want to do that. We want to. That's our arsenal. So like if you're about to get into a gunfight, you want to have a gun, right? Like you want to be pulling out like I got a big old bazooka, right? Like that's what you want. So if you show up to a gunfight, back like how they did back in the cowboy days or whatever, and you just pull out like a little pocket knife, and because you only know one verse, that's all you got. Like, that's not much. You're not going to be able to defend yourself. So that's why you need to arm yourself with all of these scriptures and memorize them and remember them and dive in and keep diving in and keep diving in, because the more you're in here, the more perspective you'll have, the more assurance you will have, and the more you'll understand that eternity as a Christian is an absolutely wonderful thing. I have some questions. Would you like to go live with me? I've been seeing, what kind of questions do you have? I've seen you up and down here. I can't really. That is a good analogy. Thanks. The Bible keeps you so close to Him, and our salvation is cemented in that knowledge. Yes, that's right. So what good things have we been talking about tonight? Gene, I'm trying to get a vibe for you, man. I don't really know where you're coming from. I have no problem talking to you if you want to talk in some direct messages. I would love to talk to you. As far as it kind of seems like from what I've been seeing you write, and seems like you just want to kind of debate in a sense on some differences. I'm not really all about that. I don't really want to, if we have different perspectives, that's fine. But I just want you to, I don't want to. I'm not here to convince you, or I don't want you to try to convince me. I'm just telling you what I believe, and I try to give you the reasons. But if you want to have a conversation and some direct messages, I'd love to talk to you. He wants to debate. Okay. Yeah, I haven't really read everything he's been saying. I can't read everything. But I did see one or two things that kind of made it seem that way. The Bible keeps you close to Him, and our salvation is cemented in that knowledge. That's right, Katie. Do not be afraid. Oh, man. I caught the moment when you sniffed the Bible, and I was very confused. Yeah, I was just trying to get the idea that, like, I just want to be in here. This is everything. I believe in God too. I just have issues with the Bible, and everyone else should too. Okay, you believe in God. Okay, so yeah, Gene, and I don't know where you're coming from. The term "I believe in God" is very alarming for me, because even the demons believe and tremble, and so that is why it's a very important lesson for all of us to learn, right? Like, there are so many people who say I believe in God, and there's so many people who say I believe in Jesus, right? And so this is why it's important to ask them questions, kind of like what Gene wants to ask me, but he has questions or issues with the Bible. I don't have any issues with the Bible, and I probably heard what he would say, and it's probably something that other people have said in the past. There's nothing new under the sun, but it's important to understand that there are people out there who say I believe in Jesus, but make them unpack that for you. Because I had an experience where I knew this one person who said they believed in Jesus the entire time. I thought they were on the same page as me, and then I found out it was a completely different Jesus. So it's important to understand, to have them tell you who they believe Jesus is, because I could say I know Michael Jordan, and you're going to be like, oh, no way. And I'm going to be like, yeah, he lives right next to me. He's this little baby boy. And you're going to be like, oh, I thought you were talking about the basketball player. There are different Jesuses out there, and Paul mentions that in his, in Galatians, Colossians, like all of these letters to these churches, because these churches were falling for other gospels and other Jesuses. And Jesus himself even warns people about, do not be deceived, or other people will come saying, here is the Christ, or over here is the Christ. He's warning people about this kind of stuff. So we need to be mindful on those types of things. The Bible is the very word and breath of God. Absolutely. Staying strong in your belief, lifting you up, Ryan. Good for you. Thanks, Kate. But yeah, so I don't know if anybody, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. I just want you guys to know that I am just giving you my take on the book of Daniel. Currently, we finished the book of Revelation a little bit ago. All of those things are up on YouTube if you are interested in going back and reviewing it. But more importantly, I want you to know, beyond a shadow of doubt, how you know for sure you can get to heaven. If I ask you your phone number, you would tell me like that. If I ask you your address, you would tell me like that. But if I ask you how you can know for sure you can get to heaven, would you be able to tell me like that? I say this all the time. If you're here all the time, I'm sorry you hear this because I say it all the time, but I'm not sorry because I'm going to keep saying it. But I want you to understand that there are so many people out there who think they are going to heaven because they go to church, or they say, I love God, or I go to church, or I love Jesus, those types of things. There are different gods, there are different Jesuses, and it's so important to unpack those and make sure that they know what they know and why they know it. And so my whole point in even being here right now is to hopefully help you understand that the only way to heaven is by believing that Jesus is God's Son, that you are a sinner and you need saving, and that the reason why Jesus died on the cross is for your sins. Because by one man sin entered the world, by one man also will all men be saved. That is huge. So when Adam and Eve sinned, sin entered the world. And then when Jesus died on the cross, all men can be saved. Thanks, Wendy. That is the whole point of Jesus dying on the cross. If you go back into the Old Testament, you see them sacrificing animals, because it was a way to lament for the people's sins, right? Like it was atonement for the people's sins. Like there needed to be a blood sacrifice in order to cover the people's sins. And so there's also this one thing that they used to do in the Old Testament where they would have two birds, they would kill one, and then they would have the blood be in a bowl, and they would shake the one bird up in the bowl with the blood and then let that one bird go free that was covered in the blood. And the picture is a bird got to go free because of the blood that bird was flying around in. And it's a picture of what Jesus was going to do on the cross. And so ever since Jesus died on the cross, now we no longer have sacrifices. The question is, why don't we do it anymore? How come we just stopped all of a sudden? Well, when Jesus died on the cross and rose again, everything changed. And that is so important to understand. Now we don't need that anymore. Now we don't need priests anymore. So people who go to a Catholic church or go confess their sins to a priest or this or that, they're missing the picture, because that when Jesus died on the cross, the veil in the temple was torn. Right? So the veil in the temple was torn. The Holy Spirit came down and Jesus went up, and he said, it is better that I go so that the Holy Spirit may abound. And so it was so true, because now he could be everywhere. And so people go to a priest in our world today and they say, Father, forgive me for I have sinned. And they tell him to do 10 Hail Marys and rosary, this and that. And I'm just like, where are you getting this in the Bible? It is not about that. It is all about Jesus. He paid it all. When he died, tetelestai is what he said. It is finished. And that is what I need you to understand. It is by Christ and Christ alone are you saved. For by grace are you saved through faith. And that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So I want you guys to understand that more than anything. That is the whole point of me being here. We can disagree on some other stuff, and that's okay. But we don't ever want to create a division among each other. He is king. What's up? Aren't you supposed to be asleep right now? Thanks for being here. Ryan, maybe you can give some inspiration over Israel spiraling. Many hurting this world right now. Oh, man. Very Ephesians 2, 1 and 8, 1 through 8. Yeah, so Israel stuff going on. We were talking about this at the beginning. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I will survive. Hello. Right when I said that, or right when I read that, I put it in Mrs. Doubtfire. When he smashes the cake in his face because he didn't have his mask on, the old lady mask, and he like comes out from the refrigerator and he's like, hello. I'm up earlier to start my morning. Oh, nice. I'm glad you guys know what I'm talking about. Is it the Psalm 83 war? No. So there's all kinds of speculation on this kind of stuff, and it's really interesting to pay attention. And if you were here at the beginning, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I think it's really important to understand that we are getting drenched with all kinds of propaganda right now. And some of it's true, but then a lot of it is wrong, and it's just propaganda, right? There's all kinds of it, all over the place. We are living in a world where we are literally searching a haystack looking for a needle of truth. And that is what we're trying to do on a day-to-day basis, and we don't even realize it. We don't realize it. We literally are so trusting in our core that we turn on the news and we'll see it and we're just like, oh, okay, I didn't even know that was going on. And we'll just take whatever that person on the other side of the camera has said, and they're like, yeah, well, I heard it on the news somewhere, and then we just run with it and we just accept it as truth. We are being taught how to think, and we don't even realize it. We are being trained like how you train like a little puppy, like go up to the door and ring the bell when you want to go outside. Oh, and then you're like, yay, when they do it, and you like get all crazy and you try to hype them up and you're like, you did it, puppy. And then they pee because then you got them all excited. And you're like, no. But that's what they're doing to us. We turn on the TV and we see one 3-minute episode of like Fox News or CNN or whatever crap. And then we go and we repeat it to somebody else. And then we're like, oh, I know more than you do because I saw it on the news. And we need to be so mindful that we are being lied to. So I say all that to say that there is speculation about the Ezekiel 38-39 war. Is this it? Or is this the Psalms war? Or is this what the Battle of Armageddon? Is this what's going on? Are we setting the stage? And my answer is, I don't think it's the Ezekiel 38-39 war. I do think it's very interesting to consider this kind of stuff, though, because Ezekiel, so the Ezekiel 38 and 39 war, it gives you some details. If you guys study that, which maybe we can unpack that kind of stuff maybe sometime in the future, but it's really interesting because it gives you a certain amount of information, and that's all you get. It doesn't give you all of the information, so you don't know what happens to the buildup of the big old war, right? So you get a little peek, but you don't know how all the buildup occurs. And so we're seeing a whole bunch of stuff with a whole bunch of biblical players on the board. So I want you to envision like a chessboard, right? Like you have all these pieces and pieces are being moved. There's all kinds of stuff happening. There are pieces being taken off of the board. People are moving down the board. People are making all kinds of crazy decisions in the world. You're seeing the stage being set. And so that's all I'm going to leave it at. I don't think any of these things that we're seeing right now are any of the wars that we are currently seeing. That's just my take on it. Am I right? I have no idea. It's just my opinion. And I don't want you to be like, oh, you're wrong. I saw this TikTok video. Like, don't do that. I think it's important to, one, be mindful of it. Pay attention. Sure, yeah, go ahead and pay attention. But two, dive into the word. Who cares? Like, if this is all of the wars that we think that we know about in the Bible, don't you think the most important thing to do is to clean your house up? If you know that you could be spending your last day on earth tomorrow, are you going to want to focus on what's going on in the world and be like, oh man, the world really is falling apart? Or do you think you should like start diving in and getting closer to Christ, getting closer to Jesus? Because that's all I want to do. There is not one thing I can do to lengthen or to, like, me worrying is not going to change anything. Me stressing out about what's going on in the world is not going to change anything. There's nothing I can do. There is nothing I can do. The one thing that I can do, I should say, is I can pray. And I can further the kingdom of God while I still have breath in my lungs. And that's all I ever want to do. Like, that's it. These players are going to play out. And the thing is that you need to understand that this has to happen. This has to happen. There's nothing that is going to make this not happen because God said it's going to happen. And so since it's going to happen, that's important. You can find comfort in that. And if you can find comfort in that, then you can accept it. And you can accept it. You can be like, you know what? This really isn't about me. It's about getting more souls saved. Because if you look out into your world, let's just imagine your family. Like you're at imagine you're at one of those family reunions that you dread going to. And you're just like, oh gosh, here we go. And you look at them and you see all the people and you're like, I don't want to talk to him, her, him. if you change all that and you look at them as souls, you can put aside all of the things that you don't want, all the reasons why you don't want to talk to them, and you can go up to them and look at them as if they are dying. Because I think you would handle it differently if you looked at them if they were dying. Because we all are in a sense, right? Like right when we take our first breath, we are dying in a sense. But if you knew that they were going to die in 24 hours, would you just be like, good luck? Or would you go over there and would you say, hey, can I talk to you? Do you mind if I tell you about Jesus? Yes, we need to go through it to get to it. Katie's still on that mid-trib belief. That's fine. I am a pre-trib. Yeah, I will survive. Be prepared. Absolutely. It's always important to be prepared. I think that's, what is that, in Proverbs 22? Hold on. Okay, Proverbs 22, verse 3. I will survive 37. Proverbs 22, verse 3 says this: a prudent man foresees evil and hides himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. So it's interesting, right? So it's good to see what's going on in the world and be prepared. But I think it's all in moderation. I don't think we should be hiding under a rock and, like that. What's that song? Hide it under a bushel, no, I'm going to let it shine. I'm going to let it shine. Hide it under a bushel, no, I'm going to let it shine. Like, we shouldn't be just hiding in our room and afraid to go outside. We should be going outside or knocking on our neighbors' doors or having conversation or having people come over and saying, hey, do you mind if I talk to you about this? Or while you're at work, talk to them about this kind of stuff. This is what we need to do. Your religion is just a TikTok trend and it cracks me up. Oh man, I'm sorry. Thanks for being here though, Mr. Scuzzlebutt. That's fun. This little light of mine, thank you, man. I'm like, it's right there. I can't think of it. Oh man, that's funny. Ryan, wasn't once saved, always saved statement. Shoot, I shut that down. Oh man. Frankly, I would chance it and remain firmly atheist. Oof. William, dangerous man. But you know what? That is completely your choice. I hope you can see it differently sometime, though. Thanks for being here, and hopefully you're gaining some kind of insight. Because of your help, I have been reading and understanding the Word. I feel calm about all this. Awesome. That is so cool. And it's also good to read this kind of stuff, too, because what we talked about earlier is that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, right? Like, these guys were escorted in front of the king of the world, King Nebuchadnezzar. And you had to have thought that their adrenaline was pumping because they knew. They're like, we didn't bow down. And now all of a sudden we're being called in front of the king. Oh, we know what this is about. They had to have been scared. So I want you guys to know that it's okay. I think it's okay. Look at Jesus. He was in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? Before he died, he sweat great drops of blood because he knew what was going to happen. And that is so important to understand. That's scary. And he did it anyways. But this is not all there is. When you understand that this is not all there is, it changes everything. If you think that this is all there is, then this is terrifying. But if you understand there's more after this, I'm looking forward to it. I just want to go home. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that. It's hard to approach people about Jesus, so I wait for the opportunity to arise. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Shystone, and you do you. I just think, and the way I kind of look at it is, I think it's all you have to do if you want to bring it up is ask them one simple question: do you go to church anywhere? And then there's the door is wide open. Take it from there. That's how I go about it, though. I feel like God has been silent for so long. I seek His kingdom and His righteousness, but still quiet. Thanks for touching base on Israel. Yeah, won't let Satan blow it out. Yes. Oh man, is the Ryrie version close to the New King James? I don't know. I don't know what the Ryrie version is. Bible Baptist Church. Yeah, boy. I asked, do you know Jesus? Yeah, that's why that one video in my one of my pinned videos is about, do you know him? I just love it. It just pumps me up. I listen when I posted that like 2 weeks ago or whenever it was. I listened to that just probably like 10 times just because it pumps me up. Hearing about who Jesus is, and he just kept describing it, and like everybody's hooting and hollering, and I'm like getting pumped up. I've been up all night, and I just got like my second wind. It's just so neat. Can you talk about Heavenly Mother? My old church didn't have much info. Bellin, Heavenly Mother. So that's interesting. So I don't know where you're coming from or your background or anything like that, but I guess I'm assuming you're talking about Mary, but it's important to understand that, yeah, Mary was found favorable, right? Yeah, she was chosen highly favored in Luke 1, right? I guess we could go there just to get the exact wording. In Luke chapter 1, verse 28, Gabriel shows up and says, and having come in, the angel said to her, rejoice, highly favored one. The Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women. But what it's interesting here is that it's also really important to understand that she was a sinner. So I don't know where you're coming from or your background or what really question you're asking here, but I'm assuming you're talking about Mary. But there are so many people who think that we need to pray to Mary, and we need to pray to St. Peter and pray to St. Paul, and all this and that. And I think it's all about your understanding of the Bible. Mary was highly favored. Yeah, absolutely. She was Jesus's mother. But she was a sinner, and she was just like you and me. So it's important to understand that. So don't idolize her. She is nothing, like, it's all about Jesus. It's all about him. Now, all these players on the board definitely played a role, but it was all about Jesus. The entire point from Genesis to Revelation is Jesus. That is it. Mary, in the big picture of things, is a nobody. John is a nobody. Paul is a nobody. Daniel is a nobody. I am a nobody. We are nobody, right? It is all about Jesus. And so when people pray to Mary, or when people pray to Paul, or pray to the Pope, or any of these things, like, they are missing it. And it's very, very dangerous ground, because when you pray, the Holy Spirit intercedes for us, right? But when you pray to a human, now you're praying to somebody that's not God. How do you think that would look if you were God? Can you imagine? Like, that just, I can't imagine. If I die, would you pray to me so that I could go tell God? No, that is very, very dangerous territory right there. So be very, very careful on that kind of stuff. If anybody ever says that Mary is anything other than just Jesus's mother, you need to be very, very careful. And you need to understand that there are people out there who are trying to deceive you. Keep being awesome. Have a good night. Amen, bro. So hopefully, I don't know if that has any, if that answers your questions. If you have any other questions on that, feel free to hit me up. I would love to talk to you about it. In Mormonism, Heavenly Mother is like God, but a mother, not Mary. Okay, yeah, so maybe I answered that in a roundabout way, not really having all the information. But a Heavenly Mother is not anything. Yeah, it's not biblical. It's not biblical. And I try to stay as close to the Bible as I possibly can. So this is crazy. This is how I was raised as a kid, and nobody understands these beliefs. Which beliefs are you talking about? Hi, Rival, 1776. That's a good date. Yeah, no kidding. Oh man, Jesus is king, 100%. But yeah, if there's anybody in here who has had a chance to share the gospel with somebody this week, I would love for you to come up here and tell me, because that just pumps me up beyond anything else. Like, I just get so excited whenever somebody tells me, hey, I got to tell somebody about Jesus. I'm just like, go ahead and tell me. You know, like I just want to hear about it because it's so cool. Like, tell me what is cooler than when a new name is written down in glory. There's a new name written down in glory. Are you kidding me? That is the coolest thing in the world. Wendy, don't you even think about it. Oh, man. Time to bug out. All right, Katie, thanks for being here. Ryan, LOL. Every day. Let's go, Angel. Come on, man. Do you want to come up and tell me about it? I would love to hear it. Here, I'm gonna send you an invite. Don't feel like you need to accept it, but Wendy, yeah, you know. Oh man. Meaning how to be saved and how to get to heaven. Most believe it's by works and going to church. Yeah, Rival. No worries about that here. It is by Christ and Christ alone, or by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, what's up, Angel? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. It's kind of crazy that I'm up right now. I had got sick earlier, and like, cause I have a heart condition, so it's just like, it takes me out sometimes. So, but it doesn't break my faith in God at all. So, one thing that, like you say, we're all sinners, and I feel like I'm in a tough position right now because I'm a professional tattoo artist. I don't tattoo anything that's demonic or anything like that. Mostly like flowers and animals and stuff like that. But I don't know how. Like, I've been like, all of my clients are like, they follow Christ, and there's two people in the shop that one's a political person and one used to follow Christ and broke away from him, and now she says that she has lost her faith in him, and I feel like God has me there because my faith is so strong in him. And I just recently lost my mom, a few weekends ago, and I heard a message from God telling me to go to a certain place where my mom was going to be. He didn't specifically say who um who or how it was going to happen, but he said this was going to be my last opportunity to see her. And that lot, when I started driving that way, the only thing I felt was that I needed to talk to my mom and see my dad. Those are the only two people that God put in my heart that I wanted to really, really see. So when I seen my mom, my dad wasn't there that day, but I did see him later that night. So God did answer my prayer. But let's go to my mom. I seen her, and she was right there, standing where the sun was just like beaming on her. And I asked her if she wanted to have a conversation because I live out of town, and I just wanted to talk to her and hang out with her. So my mom's like, yeah, let's go for a walk, and we were holding hands, and our last conversation was about heaven and faith. And she knew. She told me, she's like, I know, like, nothing that I did here in this world will get me into heaven. She's like, but I do believe and have faith that what Jesus did on the cross for us will get me into heaven. So, some of my clients have seen like my video because I had posted a video about what had happened and explained to them, like, that I needed some time to heal, and a lot of them reached out, and I can see God moving through a lot of these people that are like coming to the shop, and He's really trying to, like, I feel like I'm there to help those other two out because one told me today, which is the one that's all about the political things. He doesn't care about what what's going on with, like, the biblical prophecy that's unfolding in front of our eyes, right? So I told him, how come you lost your faith? And he's like, it's not that I've lost it too much. He's like, I believe that there's a higher power. I'm like, the higher power is Jesus, brother. And he's like, yeah. But he's like, your faith is scary strong compared to us, man. And it, sometimes I feel like, and he's like, sometimes, it could be like opposing to other people. And I'm like, if it opposes somebody, then I guess then they don't have, the love of Christ in their heart right now. But definitely there's definitely time, and time for it, right? There's definitely time for someone to be saved if we're still here on this world, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but
He's
yeah,
not willing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, no, go ahead. I'm all done right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I was just saying he's not willing that any should perish. And, I can't really, speak on, your experience or anything like that. I would just tell you to be careful. Um, but when you're at work and because you're working up close and personal on people's bodies, so you're right in their face for a couple hours. Um,
Yeah,
you know,
I
you
am.
know, maybe a thought, and just take it or leave it. Doesn't really, it's fine. But there are little tracks that you can buy. You can buy them like in a pack of like 50 or something like that, and just kind of put them right there. Say, hey, you want to read this? And it, like, with you can just they could read it, and it's like in a cartoon version, and it explains the gospel message in a way that a
Yeah,
child can understand. And so maybe if you wanted to do that, maybe that could be a tool for you if you were trying to reach people in a certain way, or if you're like, hey, before you go, like, just because we talked about it, here's this. If you want to read it, you can.
yeah.
Um, but that's something that my kids, like, when we go through like a drive-through or something, they're like, Dad, can I give out a track? And I'm like, absolutely, you can. So they just run on up there and give it to them.
That sounds like a good plan. Um, I'm definitely gonna do that because I was actually like, a pastor called me today, and they helped me pay my rent this month because I had just paid for my mom's funeral service. I decided not to pay my rent and help my sister out with the expenses and the funeral cost. And it kind of, like, it kind of bit me, but it didn't. I my sister was crying because she's like, why are you helping me with all this? And I'm like, it's, we gotta have, a service for our mom. You know what I'm saying? Our family's coming, and a lot of elderly people are going. We were gonna have the service in a tent, in one of those tents, man. And I'm like, nah, that's not gonna happen. I'm like, I'll go rent a studio, and then, the elderly people won't be cold, and they'll be able to eat and be comfortable, and it it was a good turnout. Honestly, a lot of family showed up, and pastor showed up, and I felt like God, because they told me, this is what they told me when I spoke. one of the elderly people came up to me and said, "It's like when I heard you speak, it's like I felt the presence of the Lord, like like really in the room." And he's like, he started tearing up when I was speaking, and because I told him, I'm like, look, man, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm like, I haven't always been too close to Christ, but I've always had him in my life, you know. And I can be honest with you, like for the past 2 years, he's been pulling me towards him and putting so much conviction into my heart and into my life that I like all I want to do is know more and more about him, you know? That's all I long for, brother. All I want
Yeah.
to do is know him and be for him and all for him, you know?
Hmm.
Um, Today I did talk to one of the artists and I told him, I'm look, you know, I'm kind of like feeling like because the owner of the shop said that, you know, there shouldn't be any religious talk and no political talk there. And you know, I'm cool with not talking about the religion, not talking about the political stuff, but I was not cool when she said no religionist talk here. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, you know, that 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 brought me back to the Bible where God says to if they don't receive you here, dust off your feet and walk away, right? And
Hmm.
that made me feel that way. Like I'm like, gosh, I'm like, but another part of me was so convicted, which is saying, stay here and break them, like break them with me, like it's like pray on them, like write their names down, pray for them, and watch the Holy Spirit work, do the work. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I'm there for a reason, you know, because I used to be a supervisor at a construction company doing HVAC and framing and all that other stuff, and then like my employees would see my work and they're like, wow, they're like, that's your work, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm like I practice a little bit. And they're like, well, you got a pretty good gift, you know. You're like, you really don't have to be here. And at the same time, I felt like I was being humbled by staying there, you know. And I'm kind of like, I told them, I'm like, look, you know, I'm actually thinking about quitting tattooing. I'm like seriously, like I'm seriously thinking about quitting, man, and going and just getting a regular 9 to 5. You know, I don't care if it's a 9 to 5. I'm honestly thinking about quitting. And they're like, wow, they're like, that'd be, you know, that'd be a different change, right? Because you know, I've been tattooing for like 9 or 10 years now, and I come from a background of like a Mexican heritage, and I've been to prison, um, you know, so like I lived a rough life by because I didn't have my dad there for me too much, but he was there, you know, and so I joined the gang, man, and you know, I was going down here from there, and then when I was about 14 years old, 15 years old, I was about to be murdered by three gang members, and they had followed me home one day. I guess they were casing me. They were casing me first, and then they figured out where I lived, and then you know, they came out of the bushes and the garbage can. You know, they were hiding, and then they came out, and the leader had a sawed-off shotgun. The other two kids, they had guns, and my aunt was dropping me off in front of my niece and my nephews, and they were in the car. There was 4 and 5, you know, just little kids, and I'm like, they asked me, those gang members asked me, hey, what's my name? I told them my name. They asked me what I banged. I told them what I banged, and they're like, well, you've been terrorizing everybody here, you know, because I I didn't let nobody try to punk me, so I would stand up to them and I'd fight them, you know, and I was a pretty good fighter, so I you know, I'd get the win, but not to boast, but Jesus sent an angel to save me that night because that guy's like, well, this is your last night. He's like, you're gonna die, and he pointed the shotgun towards me, and then I looked up, and then I seen an angel descending from heaven. You know, like he had to be at least 15, 16 feet tall, and all my fear left me. Like it literally left me, but my tears were falling down my eyes, but I had no fear in me. like all the fear left me. But because I felt like when the angel was coming down, like he looked at me and or it looked at me. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, but what are angels, right? But I know it was an angel of the Lord, um, because all my fear left. And right before that guy was about to pull the trigger, the angel put his hands on that guy's shoulders and said, and that guy put down the gun right away, and he asked me to forgive him. And I said, I do forgive you. And he spoke in Spanish to his friends. He's like, ya no va a hacer eso, vámonos. And he basically said, he's like, we're never gonna do this again. He's like, we're leaving. He's like, and I'm changing our lives right now. And he walked away, him and his friends. And I was living with an old lady, bro, like that took me in from the streets. Like she seen me walking with my baggy clothes and stuff like that. And she's like, and one day I was just, walking to a friend's house and I had nothing to do. I was living on friends' couches, here and there. And this 87-year-old lady, you know, silver hair, and she's like, "Hey, you." And I turn around, I'm like looking to where that "Hey, you" came from, and she's like, "I'm here at the White House." And there was only one White House on the block, and so I looked towards it, and she was just waving at me, and she looked so sweet, and she's like, "Come here, come here." And so I went and talked to her. She's like, "Why are you always walking the streets?" And I'm like, "I have nowhere to go." And she's like, "You're Raphael's nephew, aren't you?" And I'm like, "I am." And she's like, "Where's Raphael?" I'm like, "He's incarcerated right now." And she's like, "Why aren't you living with your aunt, with his wife?" I'm like, "Well," I'm like, "She expects me to get a job. I'm only 15 years old." And I'm like, "No place is gonna hire me." And she expects me to pay the rent. I'm like, "I'm supposed to be in school." And she's like, "Well," it's like, "you can stay with me." She's like, "But you can't bring your friends here." And she's like, "Just as long as you respect my rules," she's like, "you can stay here as long as you want, and I'll take care of you." And so she invited me in, and I respected her rules. And long story short, I was hanging out with her one day, and she's like, how come you're not leaving today? And I'm like, "I just want to hang out with you today." It was a nice sunny day, and we were sitting down. She was drinking her coffee. I was eating some cereal, and she's like, "I've always wanted a garden." And she had a big old yard, and so I plowed and made her a garden. and and then, like, you know she looked out the window, and I was sitting at the table with her, after a few days of plowing and stuff. And she's like, "I knew it." And I'm like, "You knew what?" And she's like, "I knew you were an angel." She's like, "When I seen you," she's like, "You're just a young little boy, and I can see that God's with you." And
So,
she
so,
was,
so, so you were 15 when
yeah,
when all this happened. And your name is actually Angel.
it is.
Um, let me ask you, just because it can't hurt. Um,
Yeah.
but how do you believe um, you can get to heaven? If you were going to tell me how I can know for sure how I could get to heaven, what would you tell me that I need to do?
Believe in Christ, in the blood of Christ. He died on the cross for us, for our sins, to
Okay.
wash us of our sins, because we're not righteous. We're sinners at heart. Every one of us are.
Yeah. Okay.
Or we're,
All
we're
right. Yeah.
tainted with sin. We're
We're what?
tainted with sin. We're tainted
Tainted
with
with.
sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's quite a story you got there, man.
How would you tell
I
me?
How would I tell you? Um,
Yeah.
uh, I always go back. Have you heard me say the baseball analogy thing?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. There's a video on it if you're interested, because I
Yeah,
think
I'll,
it's
I'll look at it.
it's my go-to. But I
Is
use a
it pinned?
baseball analogy. It's my second video that I ever made, so just go all the way down to the bottom. It's the second
Okay.
one.
I
If
got
you're
you. I'll
interested.
look at it.
Yeah, yeah. But that's quite a testimony, man. Holy smokes. Um, well, when
Thank
you
you for
go, when you
thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate that, Ryan.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, feel free to hit me up with anything, and think about getting some tracks and just handing them out if you get an opportunity to people, and
I would
see what
definitely
happens.
do that.
Cool. Well, let me know if you do. I would love to hear about it.
Okay, Ryan. You guys all have a good night. I'm still gonna stay on the chat and just listen to you talk.
Heck yeah,
I
man.
love to hear the word of the Lord, man, and it really like it revives me, you know. And
I do know. Absolutely. It is everything. It is everything. All right, man. I'll talk to you.
yes, brother. God bless
See
all
ya.
of you guys.
See ya. Um, a very interesting testimony there. Um, yeah, I think handing out tracts like Halloween's coming up, right? Um, people are going to be coming to your door. Little children are going to be coming to your door, and they're going to be like, "Give me some candy." I would encourage you guys to get some little cartoon tracks and give them a piece of candy and give them a track. It's like a little. When I say track, I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but it's a little book. There's like 15 to 20 pages in it, and it just explains. It's all in a cartoon version, but it explains to the children how they can know for sure that they can get to heaven. And it's just a little thing. You don't even have to say anything. You can say, "Here you go," and like, "Here's a piece of candy," and you're giving them the gospel on to go along with it. And you never know, like, you're not there. You're not going to be able to have like a one-on-one conversation with them because it's not that kind of setting. But you're giving these kids who are coming to you a gospel message, and it is you got to reach them when you can and how you can, and it's a very hands-off-ish type approach, but they're going to come to your house anyways. You might as well give them a little picture, little the most important thing ever. So just the thought. They're little souls that have no idea. Yikes, no Halloween here. Yeah, I'm just saying people are coming up to your house. um, oh um, But yeah, great idea. Awesome. I want to see revival. Yeah, yeah, that would be wonderful. Um, I'm gonna wrap up here though. I'm gonna be getting off. I appreciate you guys coming out here and spending time with me. Um, I don't want you to look at me in any kind of way like I know everything. I'm just a guy on TikTok who studies the Bible. And I find that this is the most important thing ever. And I want you guys, when you go about your day to day, because I'll be here tomorrow around 11:15, 11:30 p.m. Um, but so we'll tackle Daniel, the next two chapters in Daniel tomorrow, if you're interested. But just be mindful when you guys go and you keep scrolling on TikTok. You're going to stumble upon videos that say we're in the tribulation. You're going to stumble upon videos that say we're in the millennial kingdom and we're all this and that and this and that. Be very, very careful, because the whole goal, because you need to understand it's a spiritual warfare, right? We are in a spiritual warfare. You're looking out in the world and you're seeing a physical warfare, but currently, and since the beginning of time, we are in a spiritual warfare. That's never changed. It's just becoming more and more apparent as we go about our day here in this world that we're currently living in. But be mindful. Don't be afraid. If you're a Christian, know that this is not all there is, and know that He loves you, and know that you can still tell somebody else about Christ because you still have breath in your lungs, and that is the whole point of you even being here. If you are a Christian, you need to tell other people. So I hope you guys get to do that. And if you do, I would love for you to message me and shoot me a message. Butterbean, she's somebody who's in here every once in a while, and she sent me a message that she was able to win her 10-year-old and 8-year-old to the Lord. And she said it was the most beautiful thing ever, and I was just pumped up about it. And another lady, Kat, I don't know if she's in here, but she was here, and her sister, and then her other sister. and her, and I'm just like, man, this is unbelievable. This kind of stuff is so neat, and um, you know, that is what really pumps me up. So I encourage you guys to do that, and I want you to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're saved to begin with, because there's many people who think they are and they really are not. The Bible says that many will say in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not do all of these things in your name? And he will say, depart from me, ye cursed, in everlasting fire. I never knew you. He is talking to people who knew Jesus' name, who recognized him when they were standing in front of him. And they're like, didn't we cast out demons in your name? We did all these works in your name. And he will say, depart from me. I never knew you. There's a difference between knowing a name of somebody and having a relationship with them. And so that is what he wants. He wants you to know him. He wants you to follow him. He wants you to be Christ-like and to share that kind of love to other people so that they can come to know him as well. So I hope you guys are able to do that from today to till next time that we talk. We're going to be going over those next 2 chapters tomorrow. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. You do not have to follow me. My messages are open for anybody to message me, and I would love to talk to you. But I will be here tomorrow around 11:15 p.m. So hope to see you there.